spending tonight in jail. He's going back home.
All right, Uma Sudhir, thanks very much for joining us with those details. Let's try and get you up live. Uma, I'm just going to go through what has taken place in the last little while. The High Court has granted interim bail to the actor Allu Arjun. The High Court observing that just because he is an actor, he can't be held like this. Allu Arjun has a right to liberty. The High Court granting him interim bail. Remember, the actor had been arrested by the police earlier on in the day, and I believe was put in custody for a period of 14 days. This is in connection with the death of a fan or one person outside a cinema as a result of him going to that Sapna cinema and a stampede breaking out. The owner of the theatre has now come out with details stating that they had actually approached the police beforehand and said that with the visit of a star in the area, there needed to be a greater police presence. The police, however, and the public prosecutor, however, in their opposition to the bail plea in court today, argued that since there is a person who is still critical, the child of the woman who died, and that there's been one loss of life, the woman herself, Allu Arjun should not be granted bail. That's been rejected, that's been denied. Just because he is an actor, he cannot be held like this, is what the High Court has had to say. So the big breaking story, the Telangana High Court has granted interim bail to Allu Arjun. It is for a certain period and let them avail appropriate remedies meanwhile, is what the judge has actually stated. So will the state continue to pursue this against Allu Arjun after this bail petition? Will the police continue to try and take action legally against him? Or will this bail eventually result in, a larger release and, the charges being dropped against him? That's something that we're going to have to wait and see. But the court has said, the public prosecutor has said that this is a quash petition. This was just an oral petition. The accused has already been arrested and remanded. They can move regular bail. With respect to remaining person arrested, we will file the information. So the argument mentioned by the public prosecutor earlier on, right, and this is prior to Allu Arjun being granted interim bail, was that it wasn't right for the court to quash the petition, and that if there was a regular bail petition or a bail plea or a bail process, well, then that was one thing. However, the court disagreed with these observations and did go ahead and grant him interim bail. Let's go back to Uma Sudhir, who joins us for more on this. Uma, several co-stars in the last little while as well have, for example, the Pushpa 2 co-star Rashmika Mandanna have defended Allu Arjun. Also several others, Jagan Mohan Reddy. So, there's been a great deal of sympathy for him in this case. And the basic point is this: I mean, who's in charge of law and order? Who's in charge of preventing a stampede? Is it one actor, right? Or is it others? The police, namely. And therefore, the question being asked is this not a travesty of justice that, you pick on the actor when in fact it's the police's job to ensure that no stampede takes place? Isn't that the basic logic here?
So in this particular case, there are three parties that can be considered as stakeholders or rather involved in this issue. One, of course, is a team of Allu Arjun on who the responsibility would be there certainly to inform the police and the theatre authorities when they are planning something like this, because everyone knows that Pushpa 2 is a hugely anticipated film, and to create that buzz around it, it's a usual practice for heroes like this to go to the theatres and watch the film along with the audiences, and that's what Allu Arjun had done on that day. The second part is the theatre, where the management has very clearly shown a letter in which they have informed the ACP of the area that Allu Arjun, Rashmika Mandanna and others will be coming to the theatre to watch the film. Very clearly the letter says that there is one show at 9:30 p.m. on December 4 and 4 other shows on December 5 as well. And there is an acknowledgement, the stamp of the police itself at the that has been given on the letter, and that copy is with NDTV. The third aspect, of course, is the police itself, whether they were adequately prepared to ensure the safety of people who were expected to gather here. Because where I am in fact standing right in front of Sandhya Theatre, where this very tragic incident happened on the 4th of December at 9:30 p.m. Huge numbers of people had gathered more than a couple of hours earlier itself, with all that buzz coming in saying that yes, the actor could be coming in here. And what eyewitnesses had told me even the day after the incident took place, that there were hardly any police when Allu Arjun was here, and it is after the incident took place that big numbers of policemen in fact started coming in. So was there lack of adequate planning on the part of police is something that is being questioned by several political leaders as well, because we have seen Union Minister Mr. Bandi Sanjay as well as BJP local leader Mr. Raja Singh. All of them have pointed fingers at the police, saying that it should have been the responsibility of the police to ensure that there was order on that day, that adequate number of people were deployed in order to ensure that there is no stampede-like situation that arises, and the fact that Allu Arjun was allowed to stand there with his vehicle for about 15 minutes, and he in fact opened the rooftop of his vehicle and even emerged from the top in order to, in a sense, connect with the audiences and doing that kind of an response to the enthusiasm that they were showing towards him. So while the political reactions are targeting Revanth Reddy and saying that this is something that has happened because of what they are calling as, BRS is saying this is insecurity on the part of the Chief Minister, and they are pointing to an incident or for function that happened where this was a celebratory function for the success of Pushpa 2, and that Allu Arjun had in fact forgotten to remember the name of the Chief Minister, and they are attributing it to something like that, while the police of course is saying that they are doing this because otherwise they are going to be questioned. The opposite could also happen, where they are saying that because this is a hero, a VIP, and that's the reason why he is not being arrested or no action is being taken against them, and the police insists that they are acting according to the sections of the law that say that this is this is something that they are calling as culpable homicide not amounting to murder and voluntarily causing hurt. That in itself may be a contradiction, because in one you are saying it's a voluntarily causing hurt, and in the other you are saying that it's a culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Back
sure.
to you.
All right, Uma, we'll keep tracking this story. Thanks very much for joining us. The High Court has granted the actor Allu Arjun interim bail. We'll keep tracking this story. In other news, briefly, the Prime Minister visited Prayagraj today. It's a visit in which he's announced very important development programs, announced 167 projects worth 5,500 crore rupees. This visit comes a month ahead of Mahakumbh. He reviewed preparations for the event, and he expressed, he said that this is the Holy Land of Prayagraj. In 2019, UNESCO recognized the Mahakumbh as an intangible cultural heritage, and preparations included adding 9 new ferries, 3,000 new train services, planting 3 lakh saplings, renovating 300 parks, and a lot more.
ये महाकुंभ एकता का महायज्ञ है। जब संचार के आधुनिक माध्यम नहीं थे, तब कुंभ जैसे आयोजनों ने बड़े सामाजिक परिवर्तनों का आधार तैयार किया था। कुंभ में संत और ज्ञानी लोग मिलकर समाज के सुख दुख की चर्चा करते थे। साथियों, कुंभ और धार्मिक यात्राओं का इतना महत्व होने के बावजूद पहले की सरकारों के समय इनके महात्म्य पर ध्यान नहीं दिया गया। आज केंद्र और राज्य में भारत के प्रति आस्था, भारतीय संस्कृति को मान देने वाली सरकार है।
Well, it's time now for us to take a short break.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off
over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank.
Good evening, you're watching the news at 6 with me, Tanima Biswas. A lot of fast-paced developments coming in on the Allu Arjun arrest case. We'll get you the latest. The actor has got interim bail. But before we get you more details on that, the headlines first. Telugu superstar Allu Arjun gets interim bail after being arrested for a woman's death in a stampede outside a theatre which was screening his latest movie. Telangana High Court says Allu Arjun has the right to liberty and can't be held like this just because he's an actor. Allu Arjun's arrest has sparked a political war of words among leaders. KTR labelled the arrest as unfair, criticizing the handling of the situation. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy asserted that the law will take its own course. Former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy says that how fair is it to target one person in this incident? Allu Arjun's arrest sends shockwaves. Varun Dhawan says one person can't be held solely responsible for safety SOP. Actor Mohan Babu's anticipatory bail plea rejected. The actor had been booked for assaulting a journalist. Former principal of RG Kaur Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, gets bail in the evidence tampering case as CBI fails to file charge sheet within stipulated amount of time. Parliament debates constitution fiercely. Rajnath Singh accuses the opposition of insulting the constitution. Priyanka Gandhi criticizes misuse. Akhilesh calls for ultimate sacrifice to save the constitution. Right, our top focus, of course, remains Allu Arjun's case, and the actor has just been granted interim bail by the Telangana High Court. What we are given to understand is that the interim bail has been granted for 4 weeks. Remember, just a few hours back, the actor had been arrested in a case of a woman's death, which had taken place right outside the theatre, one of the theatres in Hyderabad, which was screening his latest movie, Pushpa 2. The actor had, in fact, made a surprise visit to that theatre last week when that tragic incident took place. There are questions being raised about whether or not there was adequate safety. The police case, of course, hinges on the fact that the actor should have, in fact, coordinated the police to ensure that there was sufficient security protocol in place outside that theatre to ensure that such an unfortunate tragedy did not take place. As a counter to that, the theatre owners have in fact come out with a statement and in fact also told the court today that they had in fact informed the local police and had in fact called for additional security. So questions also being raised as to whether or not, just because Allu Arjun is a celebrity, that he is the person who's being solely targeted in this particular case. That's a question which is being raised, of course. Several people have reacted on this entire matter. Let's take a look at some reactions coming in on this. Firstly, that of the victim's husband, who has now said that he is willing to withdraw the case.
నా కొడుకు మూవీ చూస్తా అంటే ఆ రోజు సంధ్యా థియేటర్లో మూవీకి తీసుకెళ్ళాను. మూవీ చూస్తా అంటేనే తీసుకెళ్ళాను. అక్కడ అల్లు అర్జున్ వచ్చినందుకు ఆయన తప్పేం లేదు. మేమేమైనా ఉంటే దానికి కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికి రెడీ ఉన్నా. అది న్యూస్ కూడా నాకు పోలీస్ వాళ్ళు ఏమి ఇన్ఫామ్ చేయలేదు అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నట్టు. నేను ఇప్పుడు మొబైల్లో చూసిన, హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు మొబైల్ చూసిన ఇట్లా అల్లు అర్జున్ అరెస్ట్ అయ్యాడని. అల్లు అర్జున్కి అయితే ఏం సంబంధం లేదు వచ్చినందుకు. ఏమైనా ఉంటే నేను కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికే రెడీ ఉన్నాను.
There are several actors who are now coming out in support of Allu Arjun. Rashmika Mandanna, who is of course Allu Arjun's co-star in Pushpa 2, has also said that it's disheartening that only one person is being held responsible like this. Actor Varun Dhawan also said something similar. Listen into what he had to say.
आई फील जो सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स है वो हर चीज एक एक्टर सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. वी कैन टेल पीपल अराउंड अस, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी मैं इसी की बात कर सकता हूँ. सिनेपोलिस ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे एंड वी आर ग्रेटफुल टू देम ऑन दैट. एंड जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. वेरी सॉरी, सेंड माई कंडोलेंसेस, बट एट द सेम टाइम आई थिंक जो आप ब्लेम है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
Right, I'm joined by my colleagues Uma Sudhir and Veera Raghav on this. Uma, coming to you first, if you can sum up some of the arguments and observations, in fact, which were made by the Telangana High Court today while hearing the interim bail plea.
So the Telangana High Court, in fact, observed that it is a little concerned that the right to life and liberty of Allu Arjun cannot be denied just because he is an actor, and it had shown inclination, in fact, that he should be granted bail, and that is the argument that they gave when they granted interim bail, which is really, in this case, they said for a limited period bail, and they even quoted the case of Arnab Goswami and said that they are granting bail in this case, and that bond should be furnished to the jail superintendent in this case, because earlier in the day the Nampally court had already remanded Allu Arjun to judicial custody. So there are 3-4 different things that we need to look at. One is this, of course, the husband of Revati, 35-year-old woman who died in the Stampede, and her husband Bhaskar has come out and told the media that he does not believe that Allu Arjun is responsible for what has happened, and because he is the complainant in this case, he says, I am willing to withdraw my complaint as well. His 9-year-old son is still in a critical condition in a hospital in Hyderabad. Whether Mr. Bhaskar was under any kind of a pressure, that is not yet clear, but it does sound like a voluntary statement that he has given, and that is in line with what the political reactions and the reaction of the film world, both Tollywood as well as Bollywood, has been. Allu Arjun, of course, is the son of the brother-in-law of Chiranjeevi. Allu Arjun by himself has, of course, a huge standing in the film world itself, but the film personalities, in a sense, veering to support Allu Arjun and say how can he alone be targeted in this particular case. BRS leader Mr. K.T. Ramarao has also reacted on X, saying that this is a kind of an insecurity on the part of Revant Reddy, and they are referring to a rather should I say, incident where Allu Arjun during the success festival, or rather function celebrating the success of Pushpa, had forgotten the name of Revant Reddy, and BRS spokesperson attributing it to some kind of a revenge on the part of the Chief Minister. That, of course, is something that the Chief Minister's office has denied, and the Chief Minister has said that it is going according to law and everyone is equal before the law, and also pointing out that he had nothing to do with the arrest of Allu Arjun. But the more important point is the Sandhya Theatre management, whose owners have also been arrested. They have put out a letter in which it is very clear that it is dated 2nd of December, and the event was to happen on the 4th of December in the evening at 9:30, and they have informed that not just Allu Arjun but also Rashmika and several other crew members are expected at the theatre, and asked the police to make adequate arrangements for that, and this has been stamped by the police of Telangana, Hyderabad police, and therefore it is very obvious that the police were in the know of what had happened. So whether there is a failure in the communication between the police itself, and whether they had failed to provide adequate directions about where he must enter, how long he can stay, and what kind of arrangements of men were to be made at the spot. I am here, in fact, at Sandhya Theatre, where if we were to show you the other side as well, you will see that this is a very crowded area, and this is a place where if a star is coming, there should have been the maximum amount of arrangements made. Back to you.
Right, Uma, let me also bring in Veera Raghav on this. Veera, you know, there are, of course, political barbs being thrown by the opponents at the Telangana government there, but the main question being asked is, can a star in this case be made out to be the main villain in this very tragic incident which has taken place in Hyderabad? Because there are several other strands involved. What was the responsibility of the theatre owners in turn saying that they did call the cops? So, but at the moment, of course, all the spotlight is entirely on Allu Arjun.
That's right, Tanima. Look, this boils down to one simple question. Remember that in Southern cinema, This is a phenomenon. First day, first show, release, star arrives, frenzy. We've seen this happen over and over again. There have been tragic instances in the past as well. So it boils down to one simple question. Were the police informed well in advance? Because frenzy is part of southern reality. The police is overstretched, but they will have to provide protection. There has to be a semblance of order that should be planned because you know the frenzy is going to happen. So this all boils down to just that one question. How much in advance were the police informed? If they were informed, did they take action? Now that's as far as the legal case is concerned, Tanima, and I think everything will boil down to that letter that Uma was saying that Sandhya Theatre owners had sent across to the police on the 2nd. Now if they have, then the responsibility falls on the police either to say, no, look, you can't come, because there will be frenzy. If they've allowed him to come, then that frenzy is going to be there and they ought to have protected. But beyond that, Tanima, and I think it's important we ask this question, who is responsible for this frenzy, the star or the fan? What allows this kind of craze for a star or a movie on the first day, first show of release? Stars benefit greatly from this. Remember, their money comes in from the fans. So are they to be held accountable? Should they be behaving more responsible? And this is not, I'm not restricting this just to Allu Arjun. This is across to other stars as well. Should you be more responsible and accountable for the frenzy that happens? Because if you get injured, there is enormous outcry. What about the fans who get injured and die in this case, unfortunately? So I think that's an extremely important question. There's no hard and fast answer to that, Tanima, but we'll have to keep probing for it.
Right, Veera Raghav there. Thank you so much for joining us. There are, of course, a lot of celebrities also who are already reacting on this and asking questions about the responsibility which lay with the theatre owners as well as the local police there. To discuss this further on the show, I'm joined by Dr. Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, and Sanjay Chadha, an advocate of the Supreme Court. Thank you to both of you, gentlemen, for taking out your time. Coming to you first, Dr. Vikram Singh, you know, questions are being raised. I mean, the theatre owners have clearly produced a letter in which they have said that they did call for additional police arrangement. But now that this tragedy has taken place, it's been a week since then, the blame is now squarely being laid on the theatre owner as well as the star. Isn't it up to that there has to be some sort of an internal inquiry that the police also must conduct in order to figure out what action did they take after receiving that letter of request from the theatre?
Certainly, there has to be an internal inquiry, and there's a protocol that is well established all over the country. And that protocol is that when you receive such a request, then there has to be a rehearsal, a deposit of certain amount has to be deposited in the government treasury, because this is a private function entailing some profit to the Sandhya theatres and to the actors and the actresses there. Therefore, just shooting of a letter does not absolve the Sandhya theatre of their responsibility, neither of Allu. But the police, if they had prior information 48 hours before the incident, they could have done the diligent homework, ensured the proper police arrangements, and then billed them for the police arrangements that they did. But to say that the billing was not happened, nobody can absolve themselves of the responsibility, because the human tragedy has happened. And I would say primarily the Sandhya theatre, who should have ensured a rehearsal, minute-to-minute program should have been rehearsed, entry and exit, and also any contingency plans also had to be in position. Nothing like that happened, and we exactly quoted the recipe of disaster. Therefore, I would say I would blame Sandhya Theatre, then also the actor for taking things for granted, and the police for not being proactive.
Okay. Sanjay Chadha, bringing you in on this now. While there are a lot of questions being raised, of course, on Allu Arjun's responsibility, do you think it largely rests in the realm of moral responsibility, ethical responsibility? Legally, how watertight is this case?
What Adharaniya Vikram Singh ji has just said, that has a lot of strength in it. But I differ in one point, where I don't think that Allu Arjun, who is an actor, his liability should be that much far-reached. Now, only thing which I want to convey, I don't know whether Shri Vikram Singh ji know about it or not, 105 and 118, a culpable homicide not amounting to murder is being charged upon him. I don't think that should be there. It's not totally his fault. Yes, the theatre has to certainly those practices which should have been followed, or from where the people will come, which gate they have to go. All those things should have been practiced. But there is also a responsibility of police. Once it has been informed, everybody knows that in India, especially in South India, there is a great craze of these film stars. And all these film stars are always been taken as if they are the god. Though, that's, I don't follow that philosophy. But you can't, an individual, you can't hold him liable for culpable homicide amounting to, not amounting to murder. That's a grave offense. And I feel, yes, there is a moral duty on his part. His team should have seen it, but you can't arrest him. Now, 14 days, he's been sent to judicial custody. What is the use? What purpose it will serve? I don't understand.
Right. He's, of course, just been granted interim bail a short while back from the High Court. But yes, a lot of people are also raising questions whether or not a direct link can actually be established between the death of this woman, the unfortunate death of this woman. There's no two ways about that. And the actor's responsibility, and what is the quantum of responsibility of the actor in this entire matter. Dr. Vikram Singh, Sanjay Chadha, thank you to both of you for joining us on the show. And now it's time for NDTV special series, Meet Our MPs. In today's episode, my colleague Aishwarya Jain speaks to TMC MP from Mednipur constituency in West Bengal, June Malia.
Well, hello and welcome to our special segment, Meet Our MPs. And today I'm being joined by a very special guest, June Malia from Madnipur, from Trinamool Congress, first term MP. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. So in this segment, we get to know our MPs. Please tell us about yourself. How did you got a chance to join politics? What was the vision behind joining politics?
So I've been with Mamta Di since 2009. I'm an actor by profession, and 2021 she offered me a ticket for the assembly elections, and I won the assembly elections, and Midnapur was my assembly which my constituency which I won.
Yes.
And then last year she told me that I have to fight the Lok Sabha against Dilip Ghosh, because Midnapur Lok Sabha was a BJP seat and was won by Dilip Ghosh. We all know who he is. Dada needs no introduction. So when she told me that, you start preparing yourself because you have to do this. So, I was like, yeah, I was a little taken aback because I was like, I didn't even complete 3 years, and here I was. Firstly, I never thought that I would become an MLA, and now she was, asking me to fight for a huge election, mother of all elections, I would say. And but I was a little surprised, but then I said, of course, and I plunged into it. It was very difficult because obviously we had to recover the seat. And Dilip Da was quite a popular MP in Midnapur, but then he was sent to Bardhaman to fight against Kirti Azad, where he lost against Kirti, and Agnimitra Paul, who's the existing Asansol MLA, she was put up against me.
Okay.
But it was a very close and a very difficult elections which I fought, which I'll remember for the rest of my life, only because it didn't only take a lot of energy, a lot of work, but the heat was excruciating those 3 months. And in Bengal we had elections in 8 phases, and ours was almost towards the end, the 7th phase, and it was quite traumatic where the heat was concerned. But now when I think about it, I almost I asked my son, who was with me during the campaign, I said, how did we do it? God has been kind, Didi has been kind, and Abhishek, the party had faith in me, because Midnapur was a very important seat and Didi really wanted to get it back. So yeah, that's how it started. And I've also worked as a member of the Women's Commission in Bengal, and later on I became a member of the Child Rights Protection Committee as well. So yes, that's how it started.
But being an actor and being in that industry, have you ever thought, you work for society a bit in last many years. We have seen your work as well in Bengal. But have you ever thought of, having a journey and entering the parliament as well?
No. As I said, I just said that. For me, it was a huge surprise. But at the same time, I was, as an actor, I've worked with various NGOs. I've always worked for AIDS awareness, and I always feel that as a citizen, we should be responsible. We also need to give it back to our society. We just cannot keep taking it.
Absolutely.
So that's why I used to work a lot. But I must say that that this is a great canvas and a platform to work for the people.
Absolutely.
And which I am doing. I did that as an MLA these 3 years. I had quite an experience, and I got an opportunity. And now I've given. And of course, it's a huge honor to be a member.
I also want to talk about your constituency. What are those problems that you see, and what do you want to change? What's your vision for your constituency that you want to bring in next 5 years?
See, I'm not going to sound cliche by saying that women needs to be empowered. Of course, they need to be empowered. But my constituency right now, I have the child marriage issue,
okay,
which needs to be dealt with.
Okay.
And I'm looking into that I've spoken to my district magistrate. I've spoken with the government, our minister who looks after Dr. Shashi Paja, who is the minister of the women's and child development. So we are looking into that, and I want to build awareness, because child marriage is always related to many other things. Child marriage also is related to human trafficking. Child marriage is related to anemia. Child marriage, so this is something that I really need to look into, and I want to. And also Kharagpur, the railways, I've already spoken about it
in the parliament.
During the interim budget session.
Correct.
I made a speech in 0 hour. I wrote in the article 377. I did a mention, and I also took part in the discussion for demands for grant.
Absolutely.
So I've spoken to the minister as well, the honorable minister. So let's hope that I can do something for Kharagpur town as well.
Lastly, ma'am, before I wind up, while you enter the parliament premises, while you enter the democracy, the temple of democracy, what we call parliament is, how does it feel?
As I said, it's a huge honor. It's, the first day when I walked in, I took my oath. I was really overwhelmed, because I never in my wildest of dreams ever thought that, as you said, it's a temple of democracy, that I will be a part of it. So for me, I'm privileged, and I really want to work and do something for my people, because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me. I'm elected. So, I have to.
As a first-term MP, do you see any challenges posting those questions in the parliament, or representing thousands of people who had a lot of hope from you?
It's not challenging, but I would again like to thank Mamta Di, because I've worked as an MLA for 3 years, and it's quite similar.
Mm-hmm.
I've taken part during the session in West Bengal Legislative Assembly. So, by and large, it's very similar as to how I know how to, start questions and 0 hour and mention. And so, I've gone through that training.
You have that experience.
So for me, I have that experience. So it wasn't difficult.
Okay.
But yes, the challenge is huge, because as I said, I've been elected by lakhs of people from my Lok Sabha Kendra, which is Midnapur, and they have given me a lot of love when I was an MLA, and I have to work for them. That's it, because I am their voice over here.
One message to the people of Midnapur as well, as we are standing in the parliament, at the parliament premises. your message to all of those who have voted for you?
Yes, my message will be a lot of gratitude to all of them, all of you who voted voted me as your representative for in the parliament, and I promise you that I won't let you down.
Thank you so
Joy
much.
Bangla, Joy Medipur, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was June Malia, the Trinamool Congress Member of Parliament from Madnipur, speaking to NDTV on a special segment, Meet Our MPs.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year, only on the NDTV network.
And I swipe it there, पाऊँ rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascents. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Sense. With me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something.
Hello and welcome to India Sense. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Dear viewers, we are turning the page today in this edition, starting a story which is not about geopolitics, it's not about the economy. We are starting the show with a story that's about the rise of a new India. India that is young, ambitious and shattering records as it goes along. And who exemplifies that story better than the 18-year-old Gukesh, who's now the youngest ever chess champion. Take a look at these unforgettable moments that tell you the story of India Ascents.
And yeah, my journey, it's been, since the time I started playing chess, like 6.5, 7, I've been dreaming about this, about living this moment for like more than 10 years.
All right, let's now take a look at the big headlines at India Ascents. First up, Myanmar's military junta loses its last foothold in northern Rakhine state as ethnic insurgents capture critical BGP-5 base along Bangladesh border. How will this impact the region? India Ascents decodes. Ahead of likely trade tensions, US President-elect Donald Trump trolls Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau again, calls him Governor of Canada. Europe teeters on the edge, deeply flawed upcoming elections in Romania, Georgia and Belarus, set to become European democracies' litmus test. Meanwhile, there's some political sanity in France as the next French Prime Minister has been appointed. New Delhi gears up to ink a $4 billion defense deal with Moscow. The move is certain to reshape the power balance in Asia. And External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar's straight talk in Parliament over attacks on minorities in Bangladesh calls them a source of concern. All right, our big story on India Ascents this week is from Myanmar, where the Arakan army has now advanced into Mongdo, which is the key city in the country's Rakhine state. And in fact, Arakan army is now controlling key border posts, including the strategic BGP-5 base along the Bangladesh border. In fact, the map that we'll put out for our viewers really will decode exactly how significant that is, because the group now wields significant and important power over those who enter and exit Myanmar across the porous frontier with Bangladesh. That you can see on your border, on your screens right now, what this border really means. And now there's a burning question here. Will the Arakan army now move further into Bangladesh? They're already on the border. And specifically, will they target the key port city of Chittagong? Why is that significant? Because it has a population of about 25% Hindus, 5% Christians. So that's why it's significant and important for India as well. And any spillover could stir up long-standing religious and ethnic tensions that could trigger further instability in this region. As far as Yunus is concerned, he faces an uphill battle. A fresh influx of Rohingya refugees fleeing renewed violence could put immense pressure on a nation that's already struggling with a humanitarian crisis, further destabilize an already fragile system. Bangladesh already houses over 740,000 Rohingyas since 2017, and housing any more of them would be both politically and economically very difficult for Yunus and Bangladesh. Let's now take a look at how it impacts India. The stakes are very high for India as well. India shares over 1,600 kilometers of porous border with Myanmar, which has impacted India's social fabric due to the influx of illegal people, drugs and arms. And now with the Arakan army gaining ground, Manipur and Mizoram are two states in India that may witness more instability and higher risk of cross-border ethnic tensions. Myanmar's mess also threatens India's $500 million Kalamandan multimodal transit transport port, which in fact links the eastern coastline with the northeastern states via Myanmar. Take a look and listen in to what the External Affairs Ministry has to say about what is going on in Myanmar.
जहाँ तक म्यांमार के हालत के सवाल है, म्यांमार में जो भी गतिविधियाँ हो रही है उस पर हम लोग लगातार उस पर नज़र बनाए हुए हैं। म्यांमार में हमारा पक्ष ये रहा है कि जो वहाँ पर जितने स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं वो सब साथ मिल के बात करें, एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव तरीके से बात करें ताकि वहाँ पर शांति फिर से लौट के आए, स्थिरता फिर से लौट के आए और वहाँ पर लोकतंत्र फिर से बहाल हो। तो ये हमारा आपके प्रश्न पे जो जवाब है ये रहेगा।
Let's now understand how it impacts China. Why is this significant for China as well? Because Beijing has been backing the junta, which is now struggling from Arakan army's advances. The AA's recent victories have eroded or at least reduced China's grip. Over 40% of Myanmar's debt is actually to China. There are also huge Chinese projects that are running in this region, and which is why instability in this area or the fact that the military may lose grip impacts China, its interest, very, very directly. And in China has been trying to also mainstream the military and end its diplomatic isolation as well. A strategy that may backfire if the Arakan army continues to make gains. And for India to counter China's ambitions in the Southeast Asian region and the Bay of Bengal and shift the regional power dynamics, it needs to tread with caution. Now, first, it needs to prepare for more instability in Bangladesh. That is bound to happen, and that will impact the region. Second, it needs to tighten the border security in the wake of refugee waves and ethnic violence. Remember, Myanmar is a region where India and China are jostling for influence because US and EU have very limited presence here. All they do is slap sanctions and further alienate the people. And which is why how they respond or how India responds to Arakan army's wins over the Myanmar military will actually decide and dictate the future of this entire region. All right, shifting focus now to the first wide-angle story on the show, which is coming in from Canada, who said Chinese President Xi Jinping is the only one set to face the wrath of Trump and his policies. Well, it could also be Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau very much on the top of that list of leaders who Trump is either mocking or is set to take on in his administration. At Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump joked that Canada should become the 51st state of America, even as Justin Trudeau laughed nervously. Now, President-elect is trolling Justin Trudeau by calling him now the Governor of Canada. None of this is an off-the-cuff faux pas, but it's a very well-thought-out strategy by the President-elect. Trump's mockery of Trudeau has roots in their stark ideological differences, past diplomatic clashes, and poor electoral prospects of Trudeau in the upcoming election next year. Donald Trump's first administration, the US and in his first administration, the US and Canada had major differences when it came to trade. There were public jabs that were a result of the past tensions over trade talks, which resulted in the US-Mexico-Canada agreement, and the spats that actually included the very public spat of 2018 G7 summit, where Donald Trump actually called Justin Trudeau weak and dishonest because of their trade disagreements. But it's not just about trade. Donald Trump's tirade against Trudeau also aims to undermine his leadership globally. This comes after India has repeatedly called out Justin Trudeau for running an agenda against New Delhi and in favor of the Khalistanis that his government has been shielding. Enter Ottawa's so-called Hardeep Singh Nijjar's probe. The probe is an attempt by Justin Trudeau's administration to smear New Delhi's image to garner minority extremist Khalistani votes. This is Trudeau's last-ditch attempt to avoid an embarrassing ouster from power, a consequence of the Canadian Prime Minister's many failed policies and rock-bottom ratings. By questioning Canada's sovereignty, is Trump challenging Trudeau's ability to defend Canadian interests? Compromised that they have been by his government's inability to meet public expectations on immigration, housing and climate policies. Well, as far as New Delhi is concerned, it has every reason to smile. Shifting focus now to the other wide-angle story on the show. In fact, this is about continuing with Trump, but this time around the tirade could be as far as China is concerned. The one economy that's bracing itself for the onslaught of Trump's full spectrum of trade policy is China, which is why its annual economic huddle throws very important light on how it plans to really take on what will be a major impact from Donald Trump's economic policies. And in fact, there's also a major slowdown, an ongoing slump that China is dealing with. And there's also a slump in the property market, as well as stiff tariffs that it is expecting from the US. In fact, the world's second largest economy has been struggling with tepid growth for almost a year. And the Central Economic Conference has a prescription to address this, which is to put more money in the system and spend more, but without providing any details of how exactly this will be done. Till now, China's earlier stimulus measures to prop up the economy have prioritized export-led growth and focused on sectors where the government has already created excess capacity: electric vehicles, batteries, solar. In fact, earlier stimulus measures like the government subsidies for car purchases have been very incremental in nature. And why is that so? Because they haven't been big bang and the markets were expecting more. Something that it hasn't done since 2008 financial crisis and have failed to address the core issue. What is the core issue in Chinese economy? It is consumption slowdown. People are not spending enough. And the outlook for the second largest economy in the world is not bright. Not because of, and in fact, the reason for that is a jingoistic trade policy under Donald Trump will mean a tariff war where Chinese goods will be, in fact, slapped with a 60% tariff. Exports may not be the primary growth driver. And secondly, because there is nothing being done to lift the domestic demand that could propel the economy. Let's see if Xi Jinping really has better answers. As things stand right now, it's not looking like that. Shifting our focus to European democracy and its model as well as experiment. Democracy is not a virtue, it's a struggle, a constant reminder of how political systems need to fulfill the aspirations of their people. And the one place where democracy seems to be getting a raw deal right now, believe it or not, is Europe. One doesn't think so, but that is what it's looking like because of failed or flawed elections and political landscapes in Romania, Georgia, Belarus, and the unprecedented logjam in France that only lifted just minutes ago. It shows that Europe is no longer in a position to preach about democratic ideals to the world. In fact, it should be introspecting or probably taking lessons from countries like India, which is running successful, large democratic experiments for the last 75 years. This report tells you why exactly democratic experiments in Europe right now are struggling and why 2024 could be Europe's big litmus test as far as democracy is concerned. From the Black Sea to the Baltic, the democratic ideals that once bound Europe are now being tested. In Romania, the country's apex court has annulled the already underway elections in the 11th hour due to allegations of large-scale meddling by Moscow for a pro-Russia far-right candidate. Voters will now head to new polls in a moment that could define the country's path forward. The situation is similar just across the Black Sea in Georgia. Recently, the ruling Georgian Dream Party has put European Union integration process and its negotiations on hold till 2028, setting the country back on EU talks by 4 years. The move has triggered mass protests with most people in favor of joining the EU. In Belarus, the situation is even more complex, with President Lukashenko's hold on power more tenuous than ever. The upcoming January election is expected to be a sham, as opposition leaders remain silenced or imprisoned. From Belarus to Romania and Georgia to even France now, where the people and politics remain in logjam, the question arises, is democracy being tested in Europe? The continent that preaches democracy now finds its ideals under siege, its very foundations being tested. Meanwhile, across the globe, India conducts the world's largest, most diverse elections in a fair, free and inclusive manner. Europe is a classic case of practice what you preach or risk losing the moral high ground. As NATO watches from the sidelines, the fate of these nations may soon decide the future of European democracy itself. Traditionally, Western European countries have been a guiding light for their Eastern European counterparts. But the French playbook is anything but worthy of being copied. As Macron searches for another prime minister to preside over a fractured polity, Romania, Georgia and Belarus all are waiting in the sidelines.
All right, it's time to slip into a very short break. Stay with us. India Ascents comes back with more stories, more perspective, including what should be RBI Governor's set of priorities.
कैशबैक है स्लो करते नहीं इम्प्रेस लाइफ हुई इजी कितना कुछ फ्री ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी ये भी फ्री वो भी फ्री कितना कुछ फ्री ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी गेट फ्री विद सिंगल आईडी ये सारे ऐप्स मुझसे जुड़े ब्रांड्स मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show.
Welcome back. You're watching India Ascends. We now turn our focus to the new man on Mint Street, RBI's new governor, Sanjay Malhotra. And India Ascends has a wish list for him. The priorities that India Ascends wants him to focus on. First up, he should be looking at more closely at the growth side of the growth versus inflation trade-off. Remember, growth has been a bit of a bubble for India in the last quarter, and prioritize growth over inflation, though it is a very tightrope walk for the governor. The second priority that India Ascends has for him is that the team that he will have for the 6 members of the Monetary Policy Committee are set to see some sort of a shuffle, and we want him to ensure that he keeps the team completely steadied, because there could be choppy waters ahead in 2025. The third key priority or wish list that India Ascends has for the new governor is that he should focus on providing for regulations when it comes to unstable deposits as well as big ticket infrastructure projects. That will ensure that the banking system of the country remains completely solid. The other key priority that India Ascends has for the governor is that he should ensure that the ship should be completely steady ahead of the US change of guard. There will be volatility as far as the currency markets are concerned, something that the RBI governor will have to take a very close watch on and ensure that India doesn't face any currency volatility. And then we also want, remember, managing the rupee will be a key area for him, given that rupee may come under pressure because of the trade tariffs that Donald Trump is set to impose in his administration. And the last key priority that India Ascends feels that the governor should focus on is to create a roadmap for cryptocurrency. The incoming Trump 2.0 administration will see major fund flows when it comes to cryptocurrency. Donald Trump himself is very big on Bitcoin, and one has seen that in the rally that has taken. And Indian investors will look towards the RBI for policy certainty, and that is something that governor will have to provide. As of now, India doesn't have a policy framework for crypto, but the clamor for one is set to grow. Remember, Bitcoin is showing that massive rally, and I believe India Ascends wish list includes that the governor provides that clarity to the investors. Listen in to what the governor had to say. All right.
I will uphold the legacy and take it forward. All businesses, all people, they do need this continuity and stability rather than, a day-to-day kind of a policy. So we continue to uphold this value, this principle of stability.
All right, it's time to get the top voice on the show. John Bolton, who was part of Donald Trump's previous administration, joins me on the broadcast to talk more about what he feels as far as this administration is concerned. Mr. Bolton, thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking to me on India Ascends. Let me start by asking you specifically about some very important picks in Trump 2.0 administration, including Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel as picks for very important posts in Trump 2.0.
Well, I think in the case of Tulsi Gabbard, she has made statements over the years about Syria, about Russia, about the war with Ukraine, about a variety of other subjects that are not just extreme in the context of the spectrum of American political views, but are really on another planet. And this is something that's been observed by a number of political leaders over the years. A year or two ago, Senator Mitt Romney said that her remarks were treasonous. In 2016, Hillary Clinton, then the Democratic presidential nominee, said that Tulsi Gabbard was being groomed by the Russians as a presidential candidate. So, I mean, here you have two diverse points of view, one Democratic, one Republican, two presidential candidates basically saying that that her views were too extreme, really, to be given a position of trust and confidence in the government. So I think we'll have a full field FBI investigation on her and on the other candidates, and then we'll have hearings before the Senate Intelligence Committee. We'll see. In terms of Kash Patel, his he doesn't have the experience or the background to be an FBI director. His credibility has been repeatedly called into question. And I think the most disturbing aspect for him is that to have a yes man as director of the FBI, an incredibly powerful law enforcement investigatory capability, is something that I think is going to get very, very real scrutiny in the Senate when he comes up for his confirmation.
Okay, but what do you make of Chris Gray's announcement to resign and make way for Kash Patel as the next FBI director?
Right. Well, I think really it was very clear Trump was going to replace Wray. He was going to fire him, or one way or another, Chris Wray would be out of office. So actually, I would consider his resignation the first resignation of the Trump term, not although it occurred during Biden's presidency. It really was something that would have happened on January the 20th or the 21st after Trump was inaugurated. I know that had to be a hard decision to make. I've resigned from positions in government. It's very difficult, but the reason he gave, I think, is important and valid. He didn't want to damage the FBI by being part of the argument over whether Kash Patel should replace him. So now it's not a question of, do you think Kash Patel is better than Chris Wray? It's a question of, here we have a vacancy in this very important job. Is the nominee qualified and fit to fill that job? And that's really what the question should be. It shouldn't be an argument about Chris Wray. It should be over Kash Patel.
Okay, I know there's a lot of talk about trade, immigration being his top priorities, but in your assessment, Ambassador Bolton, Trump's top focus when it comes to India?
Well, I think in his first term, Trump established a good personal relationship with Narendra Modi. I would expect that would continue. I would hope that there would be discussions, not just bilateral, but with Japan and Australia on the Asian Security Quad. I think that's more and more important. I think there are a number of trade issues that Trump will be interested in because he's always interested in trade issues. And what happens on the tariff front in the early days is another major Trump initiative. We don't know exactly what he's going to do, but it could be very impactful. News that's just broken here in the United States is that Trump has invited Xi Jinping to his inauguration. I think he should invite Modi too, as long as he's doing that. We don't know of any foreign leader who's attended an American inauguration as far back as anybody can remember, but it's going to be very important. My own view is that the U.S.-India relationship could well be the dominant issue in the 21st century, and we have a lot to talk about and a lot to work on together. And I hope Trump understands that and acts on it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have a lot more to talk about, Ambassador Bolton, and I'm afraid we're completely out of time here, but we're going to have this conversation again soon. Thanks much for taking out the time speaking to me on NDTV. And in fact, on that note, as we wrap things up, viewers, scan the QR code that is flashing on your screens right now for all the other stories, exclusive interviews, perspectives, all that and more, only on India Sense YouTube playlist. Thank you so much for watching this edition.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascents. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veeraraghav. The top focus this evening, the arrest of actor Allu Arjun and subsequent bail granted to him by the Telangana High Court in connection with the Stampede for the screening of Pushpa 2. Should stars be held accountable for the frenzy they create around them? A special panel up ahead, but first, the headlines. We're tracking this up. Emotive speeches in Parliament as it debates the Constitution. Priyanka Gandhi says the Constitution is not the Sang's rule book. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh says the opposition is insulting the Constitution. The Prime Minister will reply tomorrow. Concerns over fire safety at hospitals re-erupt after 5 people die at a fire in a Dindigul hospital in Tamil Nadu. The victims were trapped in a lift and suffocated to death. The state government says it will probe the incident. Actor Darshan, another accused in the horrendous Renuka Swamy murder case, granted regular bail by the Karnataka High Court. Darshan was out on bail for medical reasons. Is the sensational case going out of focus? Well, the top focus this evening, the sharp comments, political and social, over the arrest of actor Allu Arjun, who was subsequently granted bail by the Telangana High Court in Hyderabad. There were dramatic scenes this afternoon, even as the Parliament was debating the Constitution, as the Telangana police arrested the star whose Pushpa 2 is blazing the box office. He was arrested from his home in Hyderabad and remanded to judicial custody for 14 days. The arrest was in connection with an FIR filed over the death of a woman and injuries to a child after the actor's arrival at the Sandhya Theatre in Hyderabad for the screening of Pushpa 2 on the 5th of December. An FIR was lodged against the owners and management of the theatre and Allu Arjun, along with his private security, on serious charges of voluntarily causing damage and injury. After his arrest, Allu Arjun had moved the High Court to quash the FIR, and the court, after hearing the case, granted him bail. Strong political reactions as the opposition in Telangana and several voices from the film industry lashed out at the police and the government for treating a national award-winning actor like a criminal. Sandhya Theatre and Allu Arjun's family claimed the local police were informed well in advance of the plans for the actor to watch the screening of the movie there. The police, however, claimed due information was not given. Let's listen in to all the reactions first before heading further on the story.
Sir, what is your comment on Allu Arjun?
Allu Arjun, पता कर लेके बोलता हूँ.
నా కొడుకు మూవీ చూస్తా అంటే ఆ రోజు సంధ్యా థియేటర్లో మూవీకి తీసుకెళ్ళాను. మూవీ చూస్తా అంటేనే తీసుకెళ్ళాను. అక్కడ అల్లు అర్జున్ వచ్చినందుకు ఆయన తప్పేం లేదు. మేమేమైనా ఉంటే దానికి కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికి రెడీ ఉన్నా. అది న్యూస్ కూడా నాకు పోలీస్ వాళ్ళు ఏమి ఇన్ఫామ్ చేయలేదు అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నట్టు. నేను ఇప్పుడు మొబైల్లో చూసిన, హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు మొబైల్ చూసిన ఇట్లా అల్లు అర్జున్ అరెస్ట్ అయ్యాడని. అల్లు అర్జున్కి అయితే ఏం సంబంధం లేదు వచ్చినందుకు. ఏమైనా ఉంటే నేను కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికే రెడీ ఉన్నాను.
आई फील जो सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स है वो हर चीज एक एक्टर सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. वी कैन टेल पीपल अराउंड अस, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी मैं इसी की बात कर सकता हूँ. सिनेपोलिस ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे एंड वी आर ग्रेटफुल टू देम ऑन दैट. एंड जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. वेरी सॉरी, सेंड माई कंडोलेंसेस, बट एट द सेम टाइम आई थिंक जो आप ब्लेम है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
भगदड़ मच गई, एक आदमी की मौत हो गई, लोग घायल हो गए. अब इसमें एक्टर का क्या कसूर है? थिएटर की जिम्मेदारी जो है थिएटर के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की, वो तो एक्टर के हाथ में नहीं है. अगर भगदड़ मची है तो उस क्राउड को कंट्रोल करना तो एक्टर का काम नहीं है. अब अगर यही वजह है गिरफ्तारी की तो ये वजह मेरी समझ से बाहर है.
Well, strong reactions still coming in on that case. So the question is, should the star have been held accountable, and also the nature of charges that have been filed against the charge. Joining me now before we head to a special panel is Uma Sudhir, who's been tracking the case very closely. Uma, two very important questions. One, was there prior information to the theatre from Allu Arjun and the movie theatre organisers that he was going to watch the movie there at that venue? And two, the nature of case filed against Allu Arjun itself has taken several people by surprise, and some strong reactions coming in on that.
Veera, it's now very obvious that the police did have information about the event. In fact, 48 hours before the premiere was to take place on the 4th of December, there is a letter dated December 2nd that was given by the theatre management authorities to the police, to the ACP of the area, and that very clearly mentions that there will be a premiere show at 9:30 p.m. on December 4, which will be attended not just by Allu Arjun and also lead actress Rashmika Mandana and also several other crew members, it mentions, and it asks for specifically security for that time, and it also mentions that there will be 4 special shows on December 5 as well, and there is a stamp of the police clearly showing that there is an acknowledgement that's been given by the police in this particular case. So they did have information about it. So what happened to that information? Who acted on that information? Was permission actually rejected until Allu Arjun go ahead and arrive at this theatre? All that is not any evidence that the police has put forth in the public domain. I am in fact standing in front of Sandhya Theatre gates, where another show, of course, of the same film is going on. But on that day here, there was huge confusion, huge numbers of people who had gathered, and very obviously Allu Arjun was not meant to stay here for that long a time, and he was not meant to take the, he should not have perhaps taken the main entrance to the theatre. Perhaps a rare entrance view could have been given to him for him to come in and exit from there and watch the show along with his fans. If he was going to be present in such a public place with the kind of fan following that he has, it was very obviously going to lead to disaster, and that's exactly what happened with the 35-year-old woman Revati dying. A note that was shared by the police did mention that a security team that was surrounding Allu Arjun on that day had actually pushed the people behind because there was so much of crowd coming towards him. Mind you, during the same time, he actually opened the rooftop of his vehicle and actually emerged from there and interacted with the crowd, enthusing them further, and that only added to the kind of chaos that was already there, leading to that tragic accident that did happen. So now the political reactions that are coming in, suggesting everyone, in a sense, whoever has commented on this has actually spoken about how one single actor can be singled out for this, The political leaders have given examples of stampedes that have happened in the past. There have been examples being given where politicians are involved, where film stars are involved, and in none of those cases was liability fixed on a single individual. In fact, the court, the observations of the High Court also are very pertinent in this context, because they speak about why he alone as an actor has been singled out, and doesn't he have a right to life and liberty, and just because he's an actor it cannot be denied. And that's the reason why Allu Arjun has got some kind of a reprieve from the court even after he reached Chenchalguda jail. That's when the orders came, and therefore he is to furnish the bond at the Chenchalguda to the jail superintendent and then return. So several questions being asked, political reactions from the BRS, BJP, all of them very critical of the Congress government, and within the Congress itself, questions are now being asked about whether the nod to the arrest of Allu Arjun, did it come from a political leadership, or did the police take a call on their own? And if they did, also the attention now being drawn to the fact that it appears, at least as of now, without any additional evidence, that it is the police which failed to give the security. They should have either stopped Allu Arjun from coming here, or they should have provided security. How can the actor be made responsible for not providing adequate measures on the ground to ensure that this does not turn into what it did, a stampede? Back to you.
That's right, Uma. You've raised multiple questions here. Remember, this is not the first time this kind of star frenzy is being seen in cinema overall, in Indian cinema, especially in southern cinema. The first day, first show madness is a well-established fact. It's not something that was not anticipated for a movie of this scale. So multiple questions there, multiple sets of information needed to decide on this matter. The big question this evening, should a star be held accountable for the damage to life and property because of the frenzy that surrounds them? Remember, it's not just the star to blame, the fans too. There are multiple layers to this in South India, where the star frenzy hits a peak on the release of a film, or just when a star comes out on his birthday. Joining us this evening, film critic Rashmi AR from Hyderabad, actor Sanjana Galrani, filmmaker Major Ravi from Kerala, one of the southern states which does not see such a frenzy, and former police officer Sanjay Sahai. Mr. Sahai, if I can ask you the question first. Often it's told that if the police had prior information, they should be cordoning off the area, creating crowd control measures, and are held responsible in such cases. Should the star be held responsible from a police officer's point of view if there was prior information in this case, as the actor and the theatre owners are saying? Who is to be held responsible for this incident?
See, crowd management is a very, very tricky issue, and in India it has still not become a very hard-coded sort of an exercise. So having said that, in this particular situation, what we have seen, that the whole battle goes on whether they were informed or they were not informed. I don't think you can have a battle with the police and the police can defend itself saying that it was not informed. If it was not informed, then why was police presence there? Even leaving the letter aside. And in a movie like Pushpa 2 going for its first screening, if it is unknown to the police, then it becomes a very difficult proposition. And it also gives a feeling that police is unaware of things happening. With regards to Lathi charge, which followed this particular incident, and his close protection group pushing people and other things are concerned, which means police presence is there, it is in know of things, and this letter has added fuel to the fire or the anger that police was aware of it and it was looking for a defense. With regards to the actor, now there was a case very recently, I think it was 6th of October, if I'm not mistaken, 6th or 7th of October. It was a Sunday and we had the air show in Chennai. And thereafter that, there was a stampede and variety of other things happened. What happens is most of these in crowd management exercises, they miss out on some parameter. And once you miss out on that parameter, when it really comes to the crux of the matter, and when things reach a climax, it goes out of control. And this is precisely what has happened. Coming to the legality of it, I'll deal with whether he only is responsible, or what is the whole ecosystem which finally pushes things of this nature to happen. So most important is that it is culpable homicide, not amounting to murder. So how is this section explained? So it is primarily intentionally or recklessly. Okay, after intentionally and recklessly, the punishment part. So this is the definition part. The punishment part says act causing death is done with the intention to cause death. Whether that was there and what is that? Whether the actor appearing onto the scene is the act, or what is that, or the pushing is that, or the security people handling it is that. And the second is act is done with the knowledge. So whether it is intention is knowledge. Correct. So I don't find a prima facie case that Allu Arjun is directly connected to this particular offense. I will call it as a criminal offense. So this criminal connect between the crime and the criminal, I think is one of the most nebulous which I have seen in the recent past.
Important point that you're making there. You're making a very important point about the case that has been filed against the actor, and you've also explained crowd control pressures that the police face. You've explained that this is not just about stars. Major Ravi, from the state of Kerala, where you don't really have so much of this star frenzy, the question that's again being raised, should the stars be held accountable for the frenzy that surrounds them? Often they themselves are victims of the frenzy and often are mobbed at several places without their knowledge. Should they be more responsible? And at time, largely as a society, we react on this kind of star frenzy and say it's perhaps time to move forward from it.
See, I'm coming from a state called Kerala. We don't have the kind of frenzy like the way it is happening in Andhra Pradesh or Tamil Nadu. But here, Allu Arjun's case, let me ask you one thing. When M.G. Ramachandran died in 1987, I happened to be the person who had taken the gun carriage to carry his body to the cremation ground. That time I was a second lieutenant. You can't imagine the kind of people were gathered, and my vehicle was not even moving at a speed of 1 kilometer per hour. And I had my own problems. But then crowd management. Here it is, ironically, in India, all the celebrities don't have any privacy as it is. When you come to the crowd, they will be mobbing you. Now, my friend Mohanlal, so many times he doesn't shake hands with the people nowadays. Why? Because so many times the fans used to keep blade in between their fingers and shake hands, just get the pressure out of hurting him. So this is the kind of problems which these actors are facing. Now today, when M.G. Ramachandran died in that stampede, there were about 14 to 17 people died. Will you hold the responsibility of these things to M.G. Ramachandran? You cannot. So this is quite absurd. Holding the responsibility to Allu Arjun, saying that because of you, the stampede happened and all. No. First of all, you give the privacy to these people. Are you giving the security to those people? Because these kind of fan followers are there. If you go to Hollywood, they got so much of privacy. I was walking in the Hollywood line and Arnold Schwarzenegger was coming just opposite to me. My son was walking with me. He was studying there. He said, Papa, don't even talk to him, nothing. Because if you talk and if he doesn't like, he got all the right to get you arrested. But in India, we don't have that kind of a privacy for any celebrities for that matter. So this is quite absurd by the government. So it's time. This is totally a political move. That is what I can say. Otherwise, this poor guy doesn't believe in, doesn't have to face all these things. Yes, sir.
In principle, Major Ravi, the point you're making is extraordinarily strong, saying that, look, you cannot blame a star responsible for going out. The question really is that, was it planned? Could he have entered through a back gate, knowing that this is the social reality of the state of Indian cinema? Sanjana Galrani, there are several stars. This is a known fact. They themselves get mobbed. So should that question also be raised? While the question of why the case against Allu Arjun, why serious charges is extraordinarily important and is being raised, along with that, should the question that should stars be more sensitive, understanding that this is going to be crowd madness, let me try and negate and avoid and not fuel it. Should that also be a star's responsibility? Sanjana.
This is a one-of-a-kind situation which has happened, which is very, very unfortunate. But today what happened is very dramatizing, and the best part is that he's already got his bail, and above all of us stands the court of law. And in the court, he's got a bail, and the order clearly says that let him live his life. Fair enough, he's a celebrity, but he's not committed a crime by going to the theatre, which is so fair on the part of the judge who has given this particular dictate. I really appreciate and salute to the judge, because at the end of the day, he's also a human being. Doesn't he have the rights to go and see his own film? Has he really gone, taken some guns and shot over there, and he's bombed a place and somebody died? Somebody died with a very unfortunate Stampede situation, which was unexpected. From his first film till today, all his films he has gone and he's seen it in theatre. And we all work hard for that. We want to see where the audience are seeing us. They're clapping, on which scene they are whistling, on which scene they are more entertained, on which scene they are dancing. That's why they go to the local theatres, and you don't get that local theatre experience in the INOX or these gold classes, you know. That's the reason a star goes there. We live for that day. We live for that day of appreciation and claps by the people. Don't we have the rights to go live? And this was just so cinematic. ये तो सच में पुष्पा की shooting चल रही थी. Today morning, the cop straight barges into his bedroom like if this person is some terrorist who has done some 50 murders and will escape and run away from his own house. For God's sake, this is highly dramatizing, and this country has no boundaries to draw when it comes to celebrities, be it Aryan Khan, be it Allu Arjun. The law is just the certain police officers, not all of them in the country. I respect the police a lot, but certain police officers just know how to gimmickily get their names on the headlines. They just want to have their collars up saying, "Oh, मैंने Allu Arjun को आज arrest किया. देखो, मैं सबसे great police officer हूँ." तो उनको दिखाना है अपना जो रुबाब है, because this is a golden opportunity. Even if they file 1,000 FIRs, their name will not be in the news for those 1,000 FIRs. But if you arrest that one Allu Arjun, doesn't matter if he gets the bail the same day and the case does not stand in the court of law, it doesn't matter. But what matters is that particular cop makes the headlines. He becomes a superstar. He becomes a real Pushpa of the people.
It's a very, very important point that you're making.
Yes.
No, Sanjana, you're making a very, very important point from a star's point of view about liberty. Accepted all the points. Reshmi, we've heard all three of the panelists make their points emphatically on this matter. Ultimately, there is a question of the star's right to go watch a movie, but then the star also benefits from this frenzy and often fuels it. Is there any responsibility with the star at all? Or would you also agree with the rest of the panelists that he is at liberty to go watch his movie, and it's about crowd control and other mechanisms that need to be put in place to protect the people?
Is he at liberty to go and watch his movie? Yes, definitely. But he can't be choosing a single screen theatre. I agree with Sanjana that yes, actors live for the day, but there are other ways. See, one thing is that he could have been more responsible, because he knows the kind of mob that is going to assemble, because we have been told that there were also people, the public, they just barged in without even buying tickets the moment they got to know that Allu Arjun was there. So, of course, he didn't anticipate that such a tragedy would happen, but that was very unfortunate. But he could have been a little more responsible and probably avoided, also considering the fact that Pushpa 2 was the most anticipated movie. And also, as much as fans love them, I think they also love all that adulation and hero worship that comes with it.
Okay. So that's an important point. Let me just get a last word from Sanjana. Since you made an emphatic point, Sanjana, all points taken, your liberty, all of it accepted. You have the right to go watch a movie, but then you also benefit enormously from that same kind of fan craze. Does a star not have the responsibility to tell his fans, this craze is madness, I will not allow you to fuel it, please don't come to see me? in this manner? Is it not also the star's social responsibility to say? Last question to you.
Arjun has been in the film industry from 2004, 2005, and every film he's gone to the theatre to see the film. Just the same thing had happened in Vadodara with Shah Rukh Khan as well. Shah Rukh Khan is in the film industry for over 4 decades, but there was one situation one day when one fan got killed in Stampede in Vadodara in Gujarat, if I'm not wrong. That doesn't mean Shah Rukh Khan is not meeting his fans today. That doesn't mean he doesn't come out in Mannat and wave at people. He's standing and waving over there. What can you do if there's a stampede down? You can't do anything about it. Sometimes unfortunate things happen out of control.
Okay.
A star is a star. A star is not a supreme miraculous God to control the situation. And it's not a deliberate intention. See, the court order talks for itself. Bail has happened on the same day.
That's right.
So this is just a built-up case to just attack a star, to just get benefited from the title of, oh great, we have arrested Allu Arjun. This is just a made-up case. If the case has... the court by itself has given bail on the same day, you can understand how wrong this case is. The court order speaks for itself.
You've made strong points. All of you have made strong points, but I think it's an important issue to address and discuss both from a sociological perspective, more importantly from the legal point of view on whether Allu Arjun is being targeted is a question that's been raised by several people.
Absolutely.
Obviously, this conversation will keep going on, but thanks very much to Major Ravi, Sanjana Galrani, Reshmi, as well as Sanjay Sahai for joining us on the show this evening. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates and the focus on the Allu Arjun case will continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले. वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान. इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascents. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. In a sign that the Congress party is getting increasingly cornered within the India bloc, RJD founder and veteran politician Lalu Prasad Yadav, NCP founder Sharad Pawar and many others have endorsed Trinamool Congress chief Mamata Banerjee's name as someone who can lead the opposition alliance effectively. Now, the remarks over India bloc's leadership play out against the backdrop of the ongoing winter session of the parliament. Differences have cropped up on the strategy of the opposition, on what strategy the opposition must follow to corner the Narendra Modi government in the House, with the non-Congress parties insisting that they want to raise meaningful issues that have resonance with voters. But if we were to do a SWOT analysis of who is a better candidate to lead the opposition India alliance, Mamata Banerjee or Rahul Gandhi, here could be some pointers. The strengths of Mamata Banerjee, or plainly why the TMC is better placed than the Congress in direct fights with the BJP, lies in numbers. Although the party won 99 seats in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, its performance has been subpar when it comes to a direct fight with the BJP. The Congress party won only 16 seats in the recent assembly polls in Maharashtra. It was reduced to merely 9 seats in Vidarbha, which saw the BJP triumph over the Congress party in almost 80% of the seats. Now, the Mahayuti won 48 out of the 62 seats here. Remember, it was in Nagpur that the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi had launched his Maharashtra campaign, participating in a Samvidhan Sammelan Constitution Conference, and he also addressed numerous rallies there. Talking about Himachal Pradesh, where the Congress party is in power, it lost all the 4 Lok Sabha seats. Even in Telangana, it gave way to the BJP's best Lok Sabha performance till date, despite being in power. In Madhya Pradesh, where there is Congress-BJP fight, the Congress party was completely washed out. Another state where the BJP-Congress fight plays out, Chhattisgarh, Congress was down to 35 seats in assembly polls. Talking about recent times, the party was routed for the 3rd time in Haryana. In fact, BJP became the first incumbent party to come to power for the 3rd time in the history of the state.
And talking about TMC, on the other hand, TMC has managed to stall the growth and expansion of the BJP in West Bengal. There's no doubt that the BJP is steadily growing in the state. The party also faced a setback, coming down to 12 seats in Lok Sabha elections this time compared to the 18 that it won in 2019. But there's also criticism that has been raised with Mamata Banerjee's style of governance, be it post-poll violence or dealing with the Arjika rape and murder case. Now, those who feel the Congress party is more suited to lead the alliance attribute the party's 99 seats to not just Rahul Gandhi's leadership, but also to its presence, to the presence of the Congress party in almost all states of India. Remember, it's a national party, it doesn't have to face the limitations of local politics that regional parties often have to grapple with. There's no doubt that Mamata Banerjee has proved herself as a formidable leader against the BJP in the state of West Bengal. But does her dominant presence in just one state limit her abilities as a pan-India leader? But if you look at it, united opposition is all about taking everybody along, putting forth a strong counter against a ruling coalition, a counter that works. Does Mamata Banerjee have a better chance of doing that? That is what we ask tonight. We will be joined by two special guests today. Neerja Chaudhary, who's a senior journalist and author. We also have Prabhu Chawla, editorial director of the New Indian Express. Thank you, both of you. It's a privilege having you on my show today. And to discuss this, Mr. Chawla, first to you. You've covered politics for so long, sir. Elections come and go, but impressions get formed about leaders. When it comes to perception, politics, optics, and your own understanding of who Mamata Banerjee is, what her strengths are, who Rahul Gandhi is, what his strengths are, who do you think is the best bet to lead the India Bloc Alliance?
Vasudha, before I pass any judgment on each one of them, I must confess one thing, that the age is on the side of Rahul Gandhi. He may be pan-India visibility available to him. He is pan-Indian visible leader, but he is not acceptable all-India basis. He has not been able to acquire national credibility so far, even being elected since 2004. So I suspect that he is a good walker. Yes, he has done 2 yatras, which have been able to get some extra votes for the Congress party. As far as leadership is concerned, I don't think he is a unifier. Because when you want to lead an alliance like India, which has 22 or 24 parties, you need a person who is a unifier and who has the credibility of running political engagements all over the country for many years. And Mamata Banerjee was the youngest MP when she was elected in 1984. She has been 7-time MPs, 3-time MLAs, and she has been in power for the 3rd time continuously. And she has fought battles. And she was the first protester in 1975 who danced on the car of Mr. Jayaprakash Narayan. She is also a fighter like Rahul Gandhi projects himself. But the question is, Rahul Gandhi doesn't carry the people along with him. Because he is a Gandhi, because he is a leader of the national party, because he is entitlement as a Gandhi to lead a party of his own family. Therefore, he is projected as an alternative to any prime minister who is in power. It's the first time the non-BJP, non-Congress genuine prime minister in election for the 3rd time. It has never happened. Nehru was the only person who got 3 consecutive terms. And Modi ji has got it. He did not win the majority, but he's in power for the 3rd time. So if you are comparing with a better fighter, I would say yes. If somebody has to give a challenge to Rahul Gandhi on the basis of performance, credibility, Mamata is much better than Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi can connect the Congress workers, but he has not get that extra votes the Congress party had gathered. It is a party of Dalits, it is a party of minorities, it was parties of young people, now it is a party of certain pockets there only. It is almost reduced to a regional party. It exists only in 4 states. Ever since Rahul Gandhi has joined the party in 2004, he has been party president, he has been party vice president, now he is leader of the opposition because of his entitlement. Yes, he is improved much more. He is no more a papu, which he was projected as in the beginning. He is a fighter, he speaks, but he keeps a one-point agenda, which is not a symbol for a good leader. So I would say at the moment, Mamata Banerjee, if you have to choose between 2 who would like to lead India Alliance, which is the party of many parties. It is an alliance of many parties, in which Sharad Pawar is there, Lalu Yadav is there, Stalin is there, everybody is there. If Lalu is going to support Mamata, that explains that even Lalu doesn't believe that Rahul can lead the nation. Because Lalu has been a consistent follower of the Gandhi Parivar. He has been supporting the Congress party from very beginning.
Right.
So if he has shifted that, okay, Rahul cannot lead you because Rahul is not seen with any leaders. He's a loner.
Right. Mr. Chawla, but don't you think that's also because, electoral allies, Mamata Banerjee is not an electoral ally of the Congress party. Congress is not really, that present in the state of West Bengal. But when you talk about NCP or for that matter, RJD, these are also parties which in some ways also, they have to, I mean, I know they're all part of the alliance, but they have to in some ways also fight to ensure that they have their share when it comes to seat distribution, be it Maharashtra or West Bengal. Do you think that also in some ways, that also in some ways adds to the judgment of someone like Sharad Pawar or for that matter Lalu Prasad Yadav, or it's their just understanding of who Mamata Banerjee is or who Rahul Gandhi is that is prompting them to endorse Mamata Banerjee more?
You're asking me?
The reality of politics is that Congress party is shrinking. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chawla, go on. I'll go to Neerja Chaudhary next.
Okay. Yeah, let us finish. You asked her, no, I think.
Mr. Chawla, I asked you. I'll go to her next. I have a specific question for Neerja. Yes.
Okay. So let me complete now. The question is the Congress party is a shrinking party in terms of it comes up, goes down like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, you pointed out the thing. First time in Haryana they won thrice in a row. So what I am trying to say is that Congress party doesn't have a nationally acceptable leader. Within their own party, Rahul Gandhi considered as a leader because now Priyanka has come. It's the first time the three Gandhis are in parliament. The trinity of Gandhis, they are overshadowing the rest of the party. They have got Kharge there, who is supposed to be leading the party, but he doesn't have any power. The question is, when you're trying to go with the allies, because Congress on its own cannot form the government at the center. Even in some states where Congress has a direct fight with the BJP, it is mostly a loser. Why? Because they've not been able to project the local leaders like all the regional parties have got. You got Akhilesh Yadav, who got almost 40 seats and defeated the Congress, defeated BJP in most of the seats. Even in DMK run state, Tamil Nadu, BJP tried its best. They used all tools in the kit that they have got, but they have not been able to open a score there. The question arises that wherever the regional parties are strong, if they come together, because they are not fighting with each other, they are not competing with each other. It is a question of number, who gets more seats. That's when the Prime Minister is chosen. Ultimately, it will happen that whoever got the largest number of seats, he or she may be the candidate. Right. But at the moment, you need a person who is senior enough, who is able to talk to everybody at her or his level. Rahul Gandhi doesn't talk to anybody. Have you seen Rahul Gandhi talking to any opposition leader or getting them together over a cup of tea or a coffee? No. He's leader of the opposition. As the leader of the opposition in the parliament is supposed to coordinate with all the parties. But that leadership quality doesn't have, or he doesn't want to use them.
That I think is the most important thing. Neerja Chaudhary, even Mamata Banerjee spoke about this. She said that everyone needs to be taken along. And, when she was asked this particular question about taking charge, she said that if given an opportunity, I would ensure India bloc's smooth functioning. I don't want to go outside Bengal, but I can run it from here. So clearly managing the alliance, taking everybody along seems to be the key issue here. Do you think that the Congress under Rahul Gandhi has failed to do that?
I think, number one, Mamata Banerjee does not threaten any of the regional satraps. Whereas the Congress, whoever heads it, will threaten them. They grew at the expense of the Congress. And if they revive, it will be at the expense of the Congress. I mean, if the Congress revives, it will be at their expense. So they're always very wary of the Congress, and even the use of the word big brother by one of the Congress leaders, the Congress throws its weight around, acts like a big boss, which is what they are not happy about. So Mamata Banerjee, yes, she threatened neither the NCP, she does not threaten Kejriwal, she does not threaten Lalu Yadav in Bihar, she does not threaten Akhilesh Yadav in Uttar Pradesh. So I think they would very happily have her as leader. Number two, with the Congress having weakened after the Haryana and Maharashtra elections, it had a very handsome victory compared to what it had earlier with 99 seats. With Priyanka's Vadra's Wayanad, it's now 100, a century. So, but Maharashtra and Haryana have come as big setbacks. So the regional satraps feel that if they band together individually, then their going is not so good. Plus, they will be able to bargain hard with the Congress for the seats that they will have to share at a future day. Now, as far as the leadership of the India bloc is concerned, for which Mamata has made a pitch for herself, that since nobody else is doing it, she can do it better, she can do it from Bengal. The leadership question of India Alliance has never been settled. Had it been clinched earlier this year and given to Nitish Kumar, who had wanted it, perhaps he would not have left the India Alliance and gone over to the NDA. And had that not happened, possibly the story of 2024 general elections might have been also different if Bihar had added to the opposition's kitty and taken away from the BJP's kitty. Right. So anyway, those are hypothetical questions. But as far as the leadership is concerned, it's not as if it's been given to the Congress that you are the convener or the chairperson. At one time, it was offered to Kharge, Mallikarjun Kharge, at one of the first meetings, and they had turned it down. Now, so it is neither Mamata's nor Congress's. Congress's has been a presumptive leadership. After they did well in the Lok Sabha 99, after Bharat Jodo Yatra, when Rahul Gandhi acquired a different image, it became a presumptive leadership. Right. Therefore, I think this is something, and moreover, the India Alliance is not an alliance, so to speak. Mamata Banerjee doesn't have an alliance with the Congress anywhere. Right. Alliances are forged by 2 parties or 3 parties on a state-wise basis. It is a broad umbrella, a block, where they will collaborate on an issue like impeachment motion against Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, the vice chair, the chair of Rajya Sabha, but they will not collaborate on Adani, whether the issue should be raised frontally in Parliament. So I think that is the way it's going to be. I don't see it coming to a conclusion, but if the regional parties say Mamata is our leader, it will be of a truncated India. But what has happened, India is a divided house.
That's right. Prabhu Chawla, Neerja ma'am spoke about presumptive leadership. If you talk about the India bloc allies themselves, if you talk about Stalin or DMK, he would probably prefer Congress over others or over Mamata Banerjee. But we saw what RJD and, of course, NCP has said. How would you explain these divisions, sir? Is there also a North versus South divide in this on people who are okay with the Congress party and the ones who are not okay with Rahul Gandhi?
You see, as far as the DMK is concerned, Stalin was the first person to declare that Rahul Gandhi should become the Prime Minister. In fact, Stalin later on projected himself as the Prime Minister candidate because he wrote it later when he became the chief. And so if you remember, he wrote it related to all the political parties on the social agenda, social welfare, that all of us should come together, discuss how to take it forward. Which is becoming now the Constitution Amendment Day or Constitution would save the Constitution. He was the first to project it. Then he realized that he cannot be the national leader because of the language barriers or whatever you want to call it. But as Neerja said, perceptive leadership, Congress party exists in all the states. But the question is, can Congress party make regional parties win? What is happening now? It is regional parties which are making the Congress party win. It is a reversal of roles. Because wherever the regional parties are stronger, they are giving Congress party some seats to have a breather, some kind of in that particular state. Like in Tamil Nadu, Congress party exists because DMK has given some seats. Right. In Telangana, they got it on their own. Even in West Bengal, the Congress party totally surrendered. There is no Congress party there except one, Dhirendranath Chaudhary fighting on behalf against Mamata. Question is that all the regional leaders have to come together to lead alliance. Right. They can come on what basis? The question is, this question is the India Alliance question is irrelevant at this moment, but because the leadership question has been raised, therefore we are discussing. There is no parliamentary election, because the India Alliance is meant for parliament election, not for assembly election. Assembly elections, the local regional alliances are being made, like Mahayuti was there, MBA was there in Maharashtra, but Rahul Gandhi went there and also did some kind of electioneering. But that was not the India alliances versus BJP per se. Yes. Other side, BJP had strong leader, Shiv Sena, which was expected they will endorse Thackeray rather than Shinde. But workers decided to endorse Shinde as their leader.
Right.
NCP people decided, okay, Pawar will restore. He won some seats in Lok Sabha, they were there. The question arises where India Alliance has to be led. It has to be led by a person who is, I said, has to be unifier, who gets everybody together. And then there should be some minimum program. India Alliance can be fought only when there is a minimum program. What is the shape of the things to come? What is an alternative governance model? What is the alternative ideology in which certain issues? Because Congress is fighting CPM in various states.
Right.
Therefore, India Alliance can survive only on the basis of a common minimum alliance.
That's right. There's
program.
no common minimum
And
program. There's no secretariat. There are no common spokespersons. You're right. I think that is one thing that really is missing. Mr. Chawla, you wanted to make a point?
Yeah, that's right. Because Nija said, I just want to make a point. Khadge, I don't remember because he was not offered the convenership. They did not reject it. Nitish Kumar walked out because his name was not accepted. They suddenly announced some other name which was not acceptable because no unanimity was there. That was the beginning as for the fall of India as a unitary alternative to BJP. So there the questions are there, yes. But the person is, हिंदी में जो कहते हैं जो जीते वो सिकंदर So there is no person, Rahul Gandhi, when he becomes a big issue, Rahul Gandhi is, yes, he's a walker, I told you. He's a walker, he's a good he's a person who is consistent in their agenda, but he doesn't have that kind of a connectivity with either the leadership of other parties or with his own, other than Congress, when he doesn't connect with anybody. Even within the Congress, he doesn't connect with all the people. So he's a loner, therefore, you need a person who can reach out to other leaders, like-minded period. Okay, our objective is to defeat the BJP, but that has to be done on the basis of agenda, not on the basis of individually.
Right.
It has to be ideological alternative, not individual alternative.
Right. Neerja Chaudhary, the future of discord within the India bloc. I ask you this question also because the winter session is on. Today, Akhilesh Yadav, while he was speaking, raised this very important issue of paper leaks in Uttar Pradesh, even cybercrime cases that are on the rise. Yesterday, I saw Kanimoi of the DMK raising tungsten mining, disaster relief, not just in elections. Do you think even in the parliament, the Congress party could do better to ensure it presents a more accommodating picture of itself, not really pushing its own agenda? Because I do feel that in this whole George Soros versus Adani fight, we're really missing out on MPs talking about problems that really, are prevalent in their states, issues that actually need more attention.
Yes, that is what, for instance, when they push on the Adani issue, the Congress, Akhilesh Yadav felt that they should, and Rahul went off to Sambal, and I don't know how much coordination was carried out with the Samajwadi Party before they decided to go. But there was some kind of tension between the two parties. It is true. You see, that all these parties in the India Alliance, if they agreed on every issue, they would be one party. But they don't obviously agree on every issue. So they have to have a common minimum. Agree on Adani, you move on that. If they others don't agree on Adani, leave it and you carry on. Congress, you feel very strongly. You carry on the Adani issue. But with the others, you take up other issues on which there is an agreement. But that seems to be not happening. The Congress is doing its own thing, pushing for ABCD issue. And that has got the regional satraps unhappy. But I think, the essential part of it is, does the India Alliance need some kind of a leader or convener or a chair?
Right.
In order to coordinate better. I think that would be a good thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean whoever leads the India Alliance today will be tomorrow's Prime Minister, if at all that eventuality arose. As far as Mamata Banerjee is concerned, as Prabhu was saying, she's an old hand, very experienced, many times Minister in the Union, 3 times Chief Minister. And she has the best, some people in the Congress like Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary say she's playing the BJP's game. But she has the best credentials for keeping the BJP at bay, more than any other leader. Right. She's kept the BJP out of her state. She reduced them to 12 seats of the Lok Sabha from the 18 they had last time, and so on. So and she has the kind of relationship with all the state satraps. She can just pick up the phone with Sharad Pawar, even Stalin, with every single one, with Kejriwal, Lalu, Akhilesh Yadav, and speak to them. And therefore, the need is to make sure that it is an effective body, well coordinated in terms of the issues it takes up, and then prepares for the Lok Sabha elections in 2029. Prabhu will remember this, the need to have one-on-one contests in Lok Sabha seats against the NDA is of critical importance. In Uttar Pradesh, when Vishwanath Pratap Singh people who were working in UP to have a one-on-one contest between the entire opposition and the then dominant Congress, they were fighting. Right. And except for 4 seats, they managed this. And that is one of the reasons why VP Singh came to power in 1989, replacing Rajiv Gandhi as Prime Minister. So this hard, painstaking, unglamorous work that needs to go on behind the scenes.
So common minimum program seems to be the only way forward. Thank you.
That is a very important thing.
Right. Thank you, Neerja Chaudhary. Thank you, Prabhu Chawla, for joining us. Chorus grows as opposition questions Rahul Gandhi's leadership. But of course, Congress has sought to reaffirm Rahul Gandhi's role as the unifying force in the India bloc, while several opposition parties from the grouping have also said that they are not averse to a leadership change through consensus. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Time for a short break on NDTV. More news and updates on the other side.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
हमारा संविधान
भारत की महान परंपरा अखंड धारा उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा। वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान। इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Good evening, you're watching the news. I'm Vishnu Shom. The headlines at this hour. The actor Allu Arjun was arrested in the morning but granted interim bail for 4 weeks by the evening, shocking both the film industry and its fans. The High Court clarified that celebrity status alone isn't a ground for arrest. The accused in the Kolkata rape and murder case, including the ex-principal and a policeman, have been granted bail. Bail was given because of the CBI not filing a charge sheet within the mandatory 90-day period. The victim's mother expressed a disappointment, stating that the CBI failed to do its job. In the Constitution debate in Parliament, Rajnath Singh spearheads the BJP's critique, while Priyanka Gandhi opened for the opposition. The BJP accuses the Congress of disrespecting the Constitution. In response, the opposition declared that they are fighting to save it. The Prime Minister surveys preparations for the Kumbh 2025. He says that the Mahakumbh is a Mahayagya of unity. The Prime Minister inaugurates key development projects as well. And in Mumbai, Raj Kapoor's centenary celebrations begin. The entire Kapoor clan and top Bollywood superstars are at the event to pay their respects. The Telugu actor Allu Arjun has been granted interim bail by the Telangana High Court following his arrest linked to a tragic stampede at the Pushpa 2 premiere in Hyderabad, which resulted in one woman's death last week. Arjun, along with the theatre's management and his security team, were charged over the incident. This has sparked a broader discussion on celebrity responsibility and the necessity for better event management. Arjun has publicly expressed his sorrow and pledged financial support to the victim's family. There are a few big questions here. The theatre had previously notified the police about the celebrity's appearance. The theatre management had requested additional security arrangements from the police. Is there a possibility that the police are shifting responsibility onto the actor?
I am not his counsel. That said, Allu Arjun also has been granted interim bail for a period of 4 weeks. He shall be executing a personal bond of rupees 50,000 with the superintendent of jail at Chanchalguda, and thereafter he'll be enlarged on bail.
The husband of the woman who died in the stampede had said earlier that he was ready to withdraw the case as Allu Arjun had nothing to do with the death of his wife.
నా కొడుకు మూవీ చూస్తా అంటే ఆ రోజు సంధ్యా థియేటర్లో మూవీకి తీసుకెళ్ళాను. మూవీ చూస్తా అంటేనే తీసుకెళ్ళాను. అక్కడ అల్లు అర్జున్ వచ్చినందుకు ఆయన తప్పేం లేదు. మేమేమైనా ఉంటే దానికి కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికి రెడీ ఉన్నా. అది న్యూస్ కూడా నాకు పోలీస్ వాళ్ళు ఏమి ఇన్ఫామ్ చేయలేదు అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నట్టు. నేను ఇప్పుడు మొబైల్లో చూసిన, హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు మొబైల్ చూసిన ఇట్లా అల్లు అర్జున్ అరెస్ట్ అయ్యాడని. అల్లు అర్జున్కి అయితే ఏం సంబంధం లేదు వచ్చినందుకు. ఏమైనా ఉంటే నేను కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికే రెడీ ఉన్నాను.
The film fraternity has also reacted to Allu Arjun's arrest. The actors Raza Murad and Varun Dhawan had defended Allu Arjun, claiming that the stampede was not his responsibility.
I feel जो सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स है वो हर चीज एक एक्टर सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. We can tell people around us, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी मैं इसी के बात कर सकता हूँ. सिनेपोलिस ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे, and we are grateful to them on that. And जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. Very sorry, send my condolences. But at the same time, I think जो आप ब्लेम है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
भगदड़ मच गई, एक आदमी की मौत हो गई, लोग घायल हो गए. अब इसमें एक्टर का क्या कसूर है? थिएटर की जिम्मेदारी जो है थिएटर के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की, वो तो एक्टर के हाथ में नहीं है. अगर भगदड़ मची है तो उस क्राउड को कंट्रोल करना तो एक्टर का काम नहीं है. अब अगर यही वजह है गिरफ्तारी की, तो ये वजह मेरी समझ से बाहर है.
Uma Sudhi has been tracking this and joins us now. Uma, in the first place, what was the logic of the police in arresting this actor?
So the police have now issued a very detailed note, Vishnu, following all the criticism that has come through the day. One, of course, about them getting information about Allu Arjun going to be at the theatre, that on December 2nd, like we put out earlier in the day, in the afternoon, in fact, this letter that the Sandhya Theatre authorities had given to the police that very clearly suggests that information was available with the police about the arrival of not just Allu Arjun but several other stars with him, and for suitable arrangements to be made, and an acknowledgement seems to be there in the form of a police chap. What the police has said is that there are three things that they have said. One, about the information about the Sandhya Theatre authorities giving them the information, they said yes, but that it was submitted to the inward section and no specific details were provided to the police, and despite that they had made the arrangements, and said no one from the team had in fact gone and met the police to get a no objection certificate for something like this. From our own experience of organizing events, I can tell you that there is a lot of procedure that's involved, or one-way communication never helps. You need to go and get an NOC as well, and in this case they say the organizers had not done anything of the sort, and even despite that the police had provided the protection, but they say that when Allu Arjun came, that is when things got out of hand, and at that time they had advised that he should leave the place soon, but he had continued to stay on, and in fact stayed on till the end of the film as well. And when he started standing through the sunroof of his vehicle and waved to the crowd, it attracted more people towards the main gate, and at the same time his private security had started pushing people away to make way for the vehicle, and that had added to the crowds being pushed to one side and resulting in the stampede as well. So they are also saying that Allu Arjun did not act on the advice given by the police to leave the place as soon as possible. And the second clarification that they have given is on alleged misbehavior when the police reached the residence of Allu Arjun this morning, and the police officer of that area, the Central Zone DCP, has in fact clarified, saying that he wanted to change his clothes and we allowed him to change his clothes, and then he stepped out. There is no force or no kind of a misbehavior that happened when we went in to arrest him this morning. So even as all this is happening, because he has now been granted interim bail, Allu Arjun, the paperwork is being done, but he had already reached the Chanchalguda jail in the evening after the Nampally court gave the orders for judicial remand, and therefore now we are being told that the paperwork is still underway, and that's the reason why he has not yet left the Chanchalguda jail premises. Back to you.
And Uma will be joining us at 8:30 when we look at what the judge had to say when interim bail was granted. Thanks, Uma, very much for sharing those details. So that's just one part of the story. We'll be looking at it much more comprehensively in about 20 minutes or so. Shondeep Ghosh, the former principal of the RG Kar Medical College in Kolkata, implicated in the horrific rape and murder case, has been granted bail because of the CBI's failure to file a charge sheet within the mandatory 90-day period. Despite this, Ghosh remains in custody because of a separate Enforcement Directorate case. The victim's mother, overwhelmed by grief, has criticized the CBI, stating that they failed in their duty.
আমরা খুব হতাশার মধ্যে আছি কোনো বলার মতো কোনো কথা নেই আমাদের কাছে সিবিআই 90 দিনের মধ্যে চার্জশিট দেয়নি তাই ওদের জামিন হয়ে গেছে আর কি বলবো বলুন
देखिए आर्चिकर का जब मेन मामला था रेप एंड मर्डर कलकत्ता पुलिस 24 आवर्स के अंदर संजय राय द मेन एक्यूज्ड को पकड़ लिया था लेकिन ये सम एंटी गवर्नमेंट पब्लिक वो बोल रहा था वी वांट सीबीआई एंड नाउ सीबीआई द केस इज हैंड ऑफ सीबीआई एंड नाउ हम लोग ये इंफॉर्मेशन मिला वो संदीप घोष और दूसरा अभिजीत उसका बेल हो गया है जिसका कोई बेस नहीं था सम रॉन्ग इंफॉर्मेशन डिस्टॉर्टेड वो लोग मैलाइन करना चाहते थे सरकार को स्टोरीज फ्रेम कर रहे थे इवन उसका सीबीआई भी वो एस्टेब्लिश नहीं कर सकते.
My colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us now for more on this. Saurabh, 90 days plus later, where does this entire investigation stand? The alleged rapist and murderer was picked up quite early in the day, but then there was a larger conspiracy theory as well. On the basis of what's happened today, it appears that the larger conspiracy theory so far doesn't hold. Is that right?
Absolutely. You know, there are two things. One is, of course, the Kolkata police, which initially investigated the case, have maintained that there was only one accused in this case. He was arrested. The evidence against him was collected. It was presented and handed over to the CBI. The CBI presented the accused in court. Based on that evidence collected by the Kolkata police, they filed a charge sheet. And then, of course, they, that trial of Sanjay Roy, the main accused in this case, is on. But afterwards, what happened was there were many people who claimed that, there were more people involved or that there was destruction of evidence, something that the police strongly denied. The CBI also, remember, had told the Supreme Court that they believed there was a conspiracy, that they were looking at different angles, and the Supreme Court had commented on that. The judges on the bench had commented on that. But however, there is no evidence of destruction of evidence, and that's something that seems to at least so far hold, because the CBI has not been able to file a charge sheet, a supplementary charge sheet for the alleged destruction of evidence that they arrested the former principal Sandeep Ghosh and the former officer in charge of the Tala police station for. Now, the Kolkata police have from the beginning maintained that there was no destruction of evidence, that it was simply an attempt to malign the police when they had done actually a good job by arresting the accused within hours and crucially securing all the evidence that's now being used in the criminal trial against him. So why the CBI told the Supreme Court what it did, or why it mentioned in its initial charge sheet about the conspiracy and then not being able to file a supplementary charge sheet to back up what it claimed, is something that the CBI will be able to answer. The Trinamool, meanwhile,
thanks very much.
Is saying that, look, this is what it is. The Kolkata police did a good job.
Right. Saurabh, thanks very much for sharing all of those details with us. We'll keep tracking this story very closely. In today's debate on the 75th anniversary of the Constitution's adoption in the Lok Sabha, the Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra delivered her maiden speech, criticizing the BJP-led government for allegedly weakening the Constitution. She emphasized the Constitution as a Suraksha Kavach, or protective shield, arguing that the BJP has attempted to undermine this protective role over the last decade through policies like lateral entry and privatization. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also addressed the Unnao rape case and the Sambal violence in a speech, highlighting the Constitution's role in ensuring justice for the marginalized. The debate saw the participation of both sides, with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh initiating the discussion, critiquing the opposition's narrative. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to reply to this debate tomorrow.
विपक्ष के कई नेता संविधान की प्रति अपनी जेब में रखकर घूमते हैं। असल में उन्होंने बचपन से ही यही सीखा है। उन्होंने पीढ़ियों से अपने परिवार में संविधान को जेब में ही रखे थे। लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान को सिर माथे पर लगाती है। हमारा संविधान सर्वसक्षम है। हमारे संविधान की सार्वभौमिकता और सर्वसक्षमता का अंदाजा इसी बात से लगाया जा सकता है कि जहां एक ओर हमारा संविधान स्टेट यानी राज्य की जिम्मेदारियों को विस्तृत रूप से सूचित है, हमारा वही नागरिकों को उनके संवैधानिक और मौलिक अधिकार भी प्रदान करता है। अगर एक लाइन में मुझे कहना हो तो मैं कह सकता हूं कि हमारा संविधान सामाजिक, आर्थिक, राजनीतिक और सांस्कृतिक जीवन के सभी पहलुओं को छूते हुए राष्ट्र निर्माण का यह मार्ग प्रशस्त करता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, साथ ही
तो छोड़िए, डीएपी तक नहीं मिल रहा है। संविधान में सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक न्याय का वादा है। ये वादा एक सुरक्षा कवच है जिसको तोड़ने का काम शुरू हो चुका है। लैटरल एंट्री और निजीकरण के जरिए ये सरकार आरक्षण को कमजोर करने का काम कर रही है। अगर लोकसभा में ये नतीजे नहीं आए होते तो ये संविधान बदलने का काम भी शुरू कर लेते। सच्चाई ये है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि आज संविधान बार बार इसलिए कह रहे हैं क्योंकि इस चुनाव में इनको पता चल गया कि इस देश की जनता ही इस संविधान को सुरक्षित रखेगी, कि इस चुनाव में हारते जीतने से इन्हें एहसास हुआ कि ये संविधान बदलने की बात इस देश में नहीं चलेगी।
ये अध्यक्ष महोदय कैसी चर्चा संविधान की जो है बिना प्रधान की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस सरकार में जो लोकतंत्र के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ है, इतना कभी खिलवाड़ नहीं हुई होगी। संविधान को परतंत्र बनाकर जो लोग राज करना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए आज़ादी का अमृतकाल सिर्फ एक जुमला है। संविधान को बचाने के लिए एक और करो या मरो आंदोलन की जरूरत है। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम आपको भरोसा दिलाते हैं, पिछले चुनाव में भी बहुत सारे सत्ता पक्ष के माननीय लोग ये कहते थे कि हमें इतनी सीटें मिल जाएंगी तो हम संविधान बदल देंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से जनता का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने 400 पार के नारे को गिरा दिया और विपक्ष को इतनी ताकत दे दी कि इनकी जो सपना था संविधान बदलने को, सपने को तोड़ने का काम किया।
My colleague Vasudha joins us now for more on this. Vasudha, I think the point of interest today was Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's maiden speech. But was it effective, particularly on the issue of protecting the Constitution? And how did BJP leaders, not least of all Rajnath Singh, sort of attack the opposition on the issue of protecting the Constitution?
Well, Vishnu, given that the debate around the Indian Constitution was the central theme of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, who wants to save the Constitution, who wants to alter that, that in some ways drove the Lok Sabha campaign of 2024, which is why it is quite understandable that both alliances, the ruling one and the opposition one, took this debate very seriously, which is why Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, was asked to initiate the debate, and he made two very important points. One, of course, he said that the Constitution is not the gift of one party. He, in fact, made it a point to mention leaders, people like leaders and people like Veer Savarkar, and for that matter, Madan Mohan Malviya. He also spoke about the Constituent Assembly women who actually, made it a point to contribute their bit to the Constitution. He also said that India is actually on the path to rise, to becoming a rising power. In fact, he spoke about all the achievements of the government, and he said that the BJP only has internalized the working, the ideals of the Indian Constitution, whereas the Congress party has completely taken it to the level of optics. In fact, he said that the Congress leaders have learned it from their forefathers to just have a copy of Constitution in their pocket and not really aligned by its ideals. On the other hand, it was Priyanka Gandhi who made her debut speech in the parliament, and this speech was very important because it could have given a glimpse into what kind of politics she would depend on, especially in the parliament. Will it align with her brother's politics? And it was very clear that she spoke, the central part of her speech was social justice. She spoke about inequality in the country. She spoke about privatization. She spoke about lateral entry. So it is very clear that she's not really going to, in some ways, divert from her brother's politics. It really showed us a glimpse of what her politics would look like in the coming days. And she made this very important point that she alleged that there is a sense of fear in the country, and it is similar to what existed during the time of the British. And she, in fact, brought the debate back to the Constitution, saying that if the BJP had not gotten the reduced mandate that it has now in the Lok Sabha elections, it would have altered the Constitution. Now, that's a claim that she made. But of course, we'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow, because the Prime Minister will be speaking tomorrow around 5 o'clock. And of course, in the Rajya Sabha, it will be JP Nadda, the BJP President, and the Health Minister who will be leading the debate, and the Home Minister Amit Shah will be concluding it on the 17th of December.
All right, thanks very much, Vasudha, for sharing those details. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister today emphasized the Mahakumbh Mela as a Mahayagya of unity set to elevate India's cultural and spiritual identity during his visit to Prayagraj. Surveying preparations for the forthcoming Kumbh Mela, the Prime Minister inaugurated 167 key development projects valued at over 5,500 crore rupees. And these initiatives are designed to bolster infrastructure, including numerous rail and road developments and new ghats to accommodate the millions expected at the event. The Prime Minister also offered prayers at the sacred Triveni Sangam, marking the beginning of what will be a significant spiritual gathering from January 13th to the 26th of February next year.
ये महाकुंभ एकता का महायज्ञ है। जब संचार के आधुनिक माध्यम नहीं थे, तब कुंभ जैसे आयोजनों ने बड़े सामाजिक परिवर्तनों का आधार तैयार किया था। कुंभ में संत और ज्ञानी लोग मिलकर समाज के सुख दुख की चर्चा करते थे। साथियों, कुंभ और धार्मिक यात्राओं का इतना महत्व होने के बावजूद पहले की सरकारों के समय इनके महात्म्य पर ध्यान नहीं दिया गया। आज केंद्र और राज्य में भारत के प्रति आस्था, भारतीय संस्कृति को मान देने वाली सरकार है।
Tragedy struck Tamil Nadu as a massive fire at a hospital in Dindigul claimed the lives of at least 6 individuals. TV reports showing thick smoke and flames as fire tenders worked to douse the blaze. Although there isn't an official confirmation yet on the casualty numbers, this event has underscored the urgency of fire safety measures in public buildings.
It's another case of a tragic fire, allegedly due to an electrical short circuit that engulfed a private hospital in Dindigul, killing 6 people, including a young boy. The victims, a patient and 5 visitors, had taken the lift in panic and were suffocated to death in the smoke that engulfed them. One of them had sustained burn injuries. 35 other patients with spinal and knee replacement issues had to be shifted to a government hospital and 2 nearby private hospitals. The state government has offered all possible assistance to continue their treatment.
எந்த லைசென்ஸ் கொடுக்கறதா இருந்தாலுமே அதெல்லாம் பார்த்து தான் கொடுப்பாங்க. எந்த வகையிலயாவது விதிமீறல் இருக்காங்கிறது லைசென்ஸ் வாங்குனதுக்கு அப்புறம் கூட அவங்களோட கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் மாடிஃபை பண்ணும்போது எது வேணாலும் பண்ணிருக்கலாம். இது எது தவறுங்கிறத இப்போ காவல்துறை அறிக்கைக்கு பின்னால் முடிவெடுக்கப்படும்.
More than 100 visitors who suffered minor injuries have been discharged after treatment. A team of government doctors have been mobilized from neighboring Madurai. The state government has announced a relief of 3 lakh for families of the dead, 1 lakh for the severely injured, and 5,000 for those with simple injuries. The inferno could have been catastrophic but for the swift joint action by authorities. With the fire tragedy striking a private hospital believed to be more safe, the public would hope investigators would crack down to identify the real cause and avert a repeat. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
Raj Kapoor, the great showman of Indian cinema, celebrates his 100th birth anniversary on the 14th of December. And to remember the legend and his work, an early centenary celebration has been held in Mumbai. Let's go across to Abira Dhar, who joins us now for more on this. So a great celebration of a great Indian hero. Give us a sense of what's been happening. Abira, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you go ahead?
Yes. So right now there's a lot of frenzy here. We are at the red carpet where Raj Kapoor is being celebrated. This is the Raj Kapoor Film Festival that is happening in Mumbai. And for 3 days it's going to continue. The whole Kapoor family is here. First came in, of course, Ranveer and Alia, followed by Ridhima and Neetu Kapoor, and then, of course, Saif and Karishma Kapoor. The whole Kapoor Khandan has come together to celebrate Raj Kapoor, and it is in such a beautiful way. There's live music playing here, and all his friends. We saw Prem Chopra with his family slowly walking towards the red carpet. It was such a sweet moment for the Kapoor family. They all went and stood at the gate till everybody walked in, greeting each one of them. We saw Raj Kapoor's son, Ranveer Kapoor, sitting because, he's very senior now. He was sitting and greeting everybody who is walking in. All the filmmakers coming in. Vishal Bharadwaj walked in. We had Farhan Akhtar and family walking in. Farhan Akhtar, Javed ji has all stories to say with the Kapoor family. They all have spent time together, made movies together those times. So such memorable moments for them. We had right now, we can see the Bhatt family walking in. Alia Bhatt's sister and Alia Bhatt's mother, they are walking the red carpet. We are waiting for the Bachchans to come in, and Salman is also expected to walk the red carpet today. This festival will go on for 3 days. Today there are screening of 4 films that's happening, and that's exactly why everybody is here. The guests are invited. They can choose which film they want to watch, and they'll be going and watching the Raj Kapoor film. With this, I would also like to tell you that, Arman Jain, who is Raj Kapoor's daughter's son, grandson basically, Raj Kapoor's grandson, he has turned producer with this. He has restored a lot of films of Raj Kapoor so that the coming generation can watch it. It just doesn't get over with time. We will be able to watch his films forever and enjoy it because his films were very unique, just like him. And like he says, the show must go on. This is one show that everybody should witness, and I'm the lucky one here right now witnessing it.
All right, Abira, thank you very much for joining us. It is indeed a huge celebration, a memorial for the great Raj Kapoor. We'll take a short break. There's more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future.
You're watching The Last Word. The Telugu actor Allu Arjun has been granted interim bail by the Telangana High Court following his arrest linked to a tragic stampede at the Pushpa 2 premiere in Hyderabad, which resulted in one woman's death last week. Arjun, along with the theatre's management and his security team, were charged over the incident. This has sparked a broader discussion on celebrity responsibility and the necessity for better event management. Arjun has publicly expressed his sorrow and pledged financial support for the victim's family. The big questions: the theatre had previously notified the police about the celebrity's appearance. The theatre management had requested additional security arrangements from the police. Is there a possibility that the police are shifting responsibility onto the actor?
I am not his counsel. That said, Allu Arjun also has been granted interim bail for a period of four weeks. He shall be executing a personal bond of rupees 50,000 with the superintendent of jail at Chanchalguda, and thereafter he'll be enlarged on bail.
నా కొడుకు మూవీ చూస్తా అంటే ఆ రోజు సంధ్యా థియేటర్లో మూవీకి తీసుకెళ్ళాను. మూవీ చూస్తా అంటేనే తీసుకెళ్ళాను. అక్కడ అల్లు అర్జున్ వచ్చినందుకు ఆయన తప్పేం లేదు. మేమేమైనా ఉంటే దానికి కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికి రెడీ ఉన్నా. అది న్యూస్ కూడా నాకు పోలీస్ వాళ్ళు ఏమి ఇన్ఫామ్ చేయలేదు అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నట్టు. నేను ఇప్పుడు మొబైల్లో చూసిన, హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు మొబైల్ చూసిన ఇట్లా అల్లు అర్జున్ అరెస్ట్ అయ్యాడని. అల్లు అర్జున్కి అయితే ఏం సంబంధం లేదు వచ్చినందుకు. ఏమైనా ఉంటే నేను కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికే రెడీ ఉన్నాను.
आई फील जो सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स है वो हर चीज एक एक्टर सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. वी कैन टेल पीपल अराउंड अस, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी मैं इसी की बात कर सकता हूँ. सिनेपोलिस ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे, एंड वी आर ग्रेटफुल टू देम ऑन दैट. एंड जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. वेरी सॉरी, सेंड माई कंडोलेंसेस, बट एट द सेम टाइम आई थिंक जो आप ब्लेम है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
भगदड़ मच गई, एक आदमी की मौत हो गई, लोग घायल हो गए. अब इसमें एक्टर का क्या कसूर है? थिएटर की जिम्मेदारी जो है थिएटर के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की, वो तो एक्टर के हाथ में नहीं है. अगर भगदड़ मची है तो उस क्राउड को कंट्रोल करना तो एक्टर का काम नहीं है. अगर यही वजह है गिरफ्तारी की तो ये वजह मेरी समझ से बाहर है.
Well, let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's been tracking this very closely. Uma, is the actor out of jail? Because there was this entire process of him, interim bail has been granted, but is he physically free now?
Not yet, Vishnu, but it may be just a matter of time because he had already been sent to judicial custody by the Nampally court. After he reached the court is when the orders of the High Court came, in which it was said that he is being granted interim bail and therefore he can be released and need not be kept in jail. And then the understanding was that the bond would be submitted to the jail superintendent, and that process we are told is underway. So as of now, he is not out.
Uma, earlier on in the day, we saw a letter and you reported about a letter from the management of this particular theatre saying that they had asked for police protection. What exactly did the letter say? Because the counter argument, which we were discussing earlier on, was that it didn't have specific details. So what, on the other hand, does the letter say?
So this letter dated 2nd of December was issued by the theatre authorities and it was addressed to the ACP of that area, and the letter specifically said that ahead of the release of Pushpa 2, there will be premiere shows that will be held at 9:30 a.m. on December 4 at Sandhya Theatre, and also 4 other shows that will happen on December 5. All these were special shows with hiked up rates of the tickets as well, and the police was requested in that letter to provide for additional security because they were expecting not just actor Allu Arjun but also the female lead of the film Rashmika Mandana and also several other people from the film, and therefore the security was asked for, and the copy that has been shared with us does show a stamp of the police there, and therefore it is an acknowledgement that the police did know about it. But subsequently the police have issued a very detailed clarification note in which they say that while they had given the letter to the police station, no one had come and met the police and nor informed the commissioner. In court, in fact, the prosecutor mentioned that they were advised not to have Allu Arjun coming to the show. He also said that no one had met the commissioner, even though they were advised that they must go and meet the commissioner to get any express permissions. The detailed note that's been given by the police also mentions 3 other things. They said despite all that, they did provide security there and all was going well till Allu Arjun arrived there, and he had stayed on for a very long period and he had been asked to move away from there, and that he had not listened to advice. The second thing that they say is that the security team that came along with Allu Arjun actually pushed the people to the side. It's not a very broad road, I must say. It's a crossroad at which the theatre is there. Multiple theatres are there, and there's a very fast-moving traffic in that area. And the security ring of Allu Arjun is said to have pushed people away, because of which there was a crowding towards the end and towards the lower area where in fact the fatal accident in fact happened. The other thing that they mentioned is that he continued to stay in the theatre despite being told not to do so. He was there for 2 hours watching the film, and the other glaring incident that they point out is that he had opened the rooftop of the car and had emerged from it, and that had added to the frenzy of the crowds. All this, the police believes, has made Allu Arjun more culpable in this entire episode. They have also explained that there is no misbehavior on the part of the police when they meant to arrest him at his residence in Jubilee Hills. There has been talk of high-handedness on the part of the police, and they say that Allu Arjun had requested that he would like to change his clothes and that he was allowed, after which the police had escorted him out of his residence here at Jubilee Hills in Hyderabad.
Well, joining us now, Uma, thanks very much for sharing all of those details. We are now joined by L. Ravi Shankar, the film critic and senior advocate, A.K. Jain, former senior police officer. We're joined also by Dr. Satya Kumar, an advocate in the Supreme Court. Dr. Kumar, let me come to you first. Is there any logic in your mind that the actor in this particular case, Allu Arjun, should have been arrested in the first place?
First thing is that the arrest was actually unnecessary, considering the fact that Allu Arjun is a citizen in the first place, where taking adequate steps for the protection of anybody who comes to the theatre is the responsibility of the theatre and not the actor. Point number one. Point number two, in spite of the fact that the state has actually filed a case on him, he had all the he had all the rights to apply for a bail, and there was a high-handedness with respect to remanding him, knowing well he's a celebrity, and definitely this adds up to the seems to be like a political vendetta. So people will understand it as a political vendetta. Third, by the way, most of the time you see police arresting people only on a Friday, and Allu Arjun is not an exception to this matter. Now, on a Friday evening, you see even a actor, celebrity actor is getting arrested. So state has again said they are powerful and arresting him on a Friday is there is an intention, because Saturday, Sunday he could have been under detention, considering the fact that the courts may not be working on the day. Luckily, or rather, on the advice of the Allu Arjun's counsel, I think Allu Arjun moved the quash petition in the afternoon itself, and he has got an interim bail. And of course, the government GP, I could see from the argument, government side, prosecution side, there were advocates appearing, and they made a point that this arrest is not illegal. As usual, in any kind of arrest, they make this kind of submission. It's a usual submission that we can see, even the Allu Arjun's case. But the point to be noted is that he applying legally, if you see, Allu Arjun has been on a war footing basis with respect to applying for his legal remedy. That is what every common citizen should understand, that he has applied for a quash. At the same time, he was also remanded, but now he has been he has to be he should be physically out by this time. But the question is, the prison will be closed by 6 o'clock. So how is it going to happen is the next question.
No, because he's not out at the moment. Hold on for 1 second. Let me go across to Mr. Ravichandar. Sir, do you believe that there was some sort of vendetta against him personally? Because, again, if there is a letter written by the management of the theatre saying, look, he's going to be over here, it could have been a problem in implementation of additional police, perhaps something procedural, but how is he responsible in all of this?
Yeah, two things. First, I don't think it's personal vendetta. I think it's a classic case of finding a scapegoat when things get too hot. Secondly, while we are blaming the police, for the manner in which the arrest was made, I'd like to move the debate a little away from the police and ask, why did the magistrate remand him to custody? The Supreme Court repeatedly ad nauseum has said, bail is the rule, jail is the exception. Justice Sridevi in her order found that one of the offences alone to which he may have an attributed connection is one of negligence, for which the punishment is less than 7 years. Therefore, the judgment which required prior notice for inquiry was imperative. Did this miss the sight of a judge who hears criminal cases for bail every day? Why is it that judges do not understand that bail is the rule, jail is the exception? If that was granted, all this drama would not have happened. Umar gave us a detailed story on how the state government looks at it. Now, I don't agree on many points that the state government has said, but that is a right. Just as Allu has a right to his defense, I think the police are trying to find a scapegoat on the one hand, and they have their typical bureaucratic, strategic, knee-jerk answers to all these issues.
Okay.
But what is the independent judiciary doing? How on a case like this was he remanded?
I just put that
to
across to
judicial
Mr.
custody?
A.K. Jain. Mr. Jain, the fact that this is interim bail, it's not been quashed per se. It's interim bail. The case has not been dismissed. Does it indicate to you that the state intends to pursue the case against him?
They might pursue. I think they are going to pursue it. Although he himself had offered rupees 25 lakhs for as compensation, and he had apologized over the incident. One young fan of Allu has also been injured, and he is undergoing treatment. I am happy that his father has come out with a statement that he is prepared to withdraw the case, and he should in fact withdraw the case. But the way Allu Arjun has been arrested, I agree with the speakers that it is not done at all. It is not actually vendetta. I agree with the film critic that he is just being made a scapegoat, and he is being put behind bars. Although police is responsible, police should have made arrangements. They should have made proper bandobast. And if they were expecting Allu Arjun that taking a stand that management people, theatre people didn't inform police, it is not possible at all. When so much of crowd is there, when Allu Arjun is coming, they must have informed, and police bandobast should have been there. And I don't think, I am told that Allu Arjun was on first floor when the incident took place on the ground. So how can he be held responsible? Suppose his security had thrown people, had pushed people, and at that time Stampede would have taken place, then I can agree to some extent. But I am told that he was on the first floor when incident took place outside the theatre. We know about the crowd in South, what is the behavior of the crowd in South when such movies are released. So police should have made arrangements, and police is responsible for it. And I think he is being unnecessarily made a scapegoat and nothing else.
All right. Let me go across to Shehzad Khan, the actor. Mr. Khan, do you believe that, I mean, obviously as a celebrity you have to be responsible, there's no two ways about that. But do you believe that in this particular case that, there was little that Allu Arjun could do to prevent this situation? I mean, it's a closed area, there were fans, they were reaching out to him. I mean, that's what happens anywhere in the world, certainly happens in India. Was there anything that he could have done differently?
Thank you very much for having me on your show. Yes, I totally agree with you that entire blame cannot be put on Allu Arjun himself, because what can an actor do when he's surrounded by fans and by the people who adore him, people who love him? They just go crazy. They go in a different high altogether when they see the actor whom they idolize, they worship, like kind of a worship. So you cannot totally blame Allu Arjun. It is the theatre people who should be held responsible, and of course the security over there should have been more beefed up. I think they took it very, very casually. They took the whole thing very casually. And I think till the time we don't hear the matter in the court, hearing goes on in the court, then only we will be able to decide whether whose fault it is or who's to be blamed for this entire thing. Just by putting the pressure or by arresting Allu Arjun, it doesn't make him into a convict or doesn't prove that he is wrong. It is his fate. Let the hearing start. Let the matter go in the court. And then we can always see what happens. The court is the best place to decide whose fault is it, whether it is the police or whether it's the theatre owner or whether it's Allu Arjun's bodyguards or whomsoever it is. But one thing is very much I must say that the police has acted very prompt and very promptly, and I really appreciate that, and I really wish that in all other matters also the police should act promptly, just not because Allu Arjun is a super duper star. I would not say superstar, but a super duper star of India. The other places also the police should be as prompt as they showed in this, and let the court decide. It's too early. We can only debate and we can share our views regarding whose fault is it anyway. And one of my panelists whom I heard on the panel that there's some jungle things also going on. Then I saw this similar kind of thing had happened in 2017 with Shah Rukh Khan also, when he was going for the promotion of Rais in a train from to Delhi. Mm-hmm. So these things, it's not for the first time that has happened. This does happen, and it's a very, very sad thing. A life has been lost. My heartfelt condolences to the person, his family who has lost a son, who has lost a mother, a man who's lost a husband, a brother who's lost a sister. My heartfelt condolences to them. And let's wait and let's not jump into conclusions. Let's not start battering the police or the or anybody for that.
Got it, sir. Let me just go across to Dr. Satya Kumar. Now, here's the flip side. According to the police, the letter to the police by the management of the theatre didn't have specific details. That there was the question marks about the no objection certificate itself, whether it was properly issued and formatted. that apparently Allu Arjun stayed on for too long and that his private security pushed people. Do you see this as potential grounds to justify his arrest?
Police at any day, providing an NOC, they take their own time. And definitely Allu Arjun should have been skeptical about it. But at the end of the day, theatre people should have taken entire responsibility. See, based on law of tort, the theatre is solely responsible because, as I said, Allu Arjun is also yet another citizen. If he is entering a theatre, or anybody for that matter, if they enter, it is the responsibility of the theatre owners and theatre to take care of the adequate safety measures. If there is no adequate safety measures, they should have intimated that it is fatal to the people whoever is coming to the theatre, or they should have cancelled it, as simple as that, because they know very well the show is happening and it's going to be crowded. So accordingly, they should have intimated and had an abundant caution with respect to their show. So here, just blaming Allu Arjun for his presence cannot be held as there is no malafide intention, or even there is no negligence, because I was seeing that other panelist mentioning that he was in the first floor. So he was in the first floor sitting there. How can an incident that happened in his absence, he will be held responsible? So let's assume there's a theatre nearby his home, maybe for example 1 kilometer away, for example, and people go to his show and he's staying in his home. Just because Allu Arjun is just 1 kilometer or half a kilometer or next door, he cannot be held responsible. He was in the first floor. So according to law of tort, or according to the criminal liability, there is no malafide intention in the first place, and there is no actus reus from his side. So considering it, you can't hold any citizen for that matter, not just Allu Arjun. I'm not speaking for Allu Arjun alone. For that matter, any citizen. Today, many YouTubers go to the cinema hall. Many celebrities go to the cinema hall. Even some famous bureaucrats go to the cinema hall. Yeah. Politicians go to the cinema hall. Crowd can act any way. When there is a first show, when you know there is a crowd, it is the responsibility of the state to provide adequate care.
I just wanted to quickly...
citizen. I'm not even asking about Allu Arjun.
Right, Dr. Kumar, I get it. Mr. Ravichandran, you had
one more important point.
Just 1 second. I want to just rotate the strike a little bit.
Supreme Court time and again has said, liberty is a norm, deprivation is an exception, bail is a norm, jail is an exception, and definitely the interim bail provided by the High Court has to be hailed.
Got it. Mr. Ravichandran, you had a point to make. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, two things. Now, this theory about the police not knowing is to be poo-pooed summarily. Please tell me this. Are the police saying they didn't know that there's going to be a crowd at a theatre which tickets were sold for 100 crores 24 hours before? Are they saying that they don't know that an Allu Arjun film in the vicinity is going to get a crowd more than what the theatre capacity is? Are they saying... Now, I find a contradiction in their statement that they did not meet the police commissioner, but the police commissioner told them some XYZ. Now, if they didn't meet, where did he say this? Where is the record that the commissioner said all this to them and did not grant permission to the theatre? Who granted the police, who granted the theatre permission for an extra show at 9 a.m.? The government. Who now, if the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing,
exactly,
God help the government. So for which you're not going to blame the actor who is a promotional agent. Everybody wants to see success of his own. Tomorrow, if Allu Arjun is having a wedding at his family, he's definitely going in there. Yes. The police are expected to know that there's going to be a celebrity coming around the place. And if there's a celebrity of this hue and this color, there is going to be a possibility of a stampede, and you have to work your way. You cannot say, I was caught unawares. That is exactly why I said Allu Arjun is being made a scapegoat, and it's not new. You know, film stars today are soft targets. You don't like a film, you don't like their stance, from advising them to leave the country to having them arrested is the easiest thing you can do.
Right.
The government
but
can
I think this entire issue does raise so many important questions. And, you know, I mean, why an arrest when there are so many more important critical cases? What about the freedom of an individual in a case like this? Was it not the police's responsibility to ensure something like this didn't happen? We'll move on from now. From this to another big topic today, in today's debate on the 75th anniversary of the Constitution's adoption in the Lok Sabha, the Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra delivered her maiden speech, criticizing the BJP-led government for allegedly weakening the Constitution. She emphasized the Constitution as a Suraksha Kavach or protective shield, arguing that the BJP has attempted to undermine this protective role over the last decade through policies like lateral entry and privatization. Priyanka also addressed the Unnao rape case and the Sambhal violence in a speech, highlighting the Constitution's role in ensuring justice for the marginalized. The debate saw participation from both sides, with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh initiating the discussion, critiquing the opposition's narrative. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to reply to the debate tomorrow.
विपक्ष के कई नेता संविधान की प्रति अपनी जेब में रखकर घूमते हैं। असल में उन्होंने बचपन से ही यही सीखा है। उन्होंने पीढ़ियों से अपने परिवार में संविधान को जेब में ही रखे थे। लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान को सिर माथे पर लगाती है। मैं आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है। भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा, भारत के विचारों के साथ, भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया एक अनपैरेलल्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यह डॉक्यूमेंट है। हमारा संविधान प्रोग्रेसिव है, प्रगतिशील है, समावेशी है।
अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, ये सरकार आर्थिक न्याय का सुरक्षा कवच तोड़ रही है। आज संसद में बैठी ये सरकार बेरोजगारी और महंगाई से जूझ रही हमारी जनता को क्या राहत दे रही है। कृषि के कानून भी बड़े बड़े उद्योगपतियों के लिए बन रहे हैं। सही एमएसपी को छोड़िए, डीएपी तक नहीं मिल रहा है। संविधान में सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक न्याय का वादा है। ये वादा एक सुरक्षा कवच है जिसको तोड़ने का काम शुरू हो चुका है। लैटरल एंट्री और निजीकरण के जरिए ये सरकार आरक्षण को कमजोर करने का काम कर रही है। अगर लोकसभा में ये नतीजे नहीं आए होते तो ये संविधान बदलने का काम भी शुरू कर लेते। सच्चाई ये है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि आज संविधान बार बार इसलिए कह रहे हैं क्योंकि इस चुनाव में इनको पता चल गया कि इस देश की जनता ही इस संविधान को सुरक्षित रखेगी। कि इस चुनाव में हारते जीतने से इन्हें एहसास हुआ कि ये संविधान बदलने की बात इस देश में नहीं चलेगी।
ये अध्यक्ष महोदय कैसी चर्चा संविधान की जो है बिना प्रधान की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस सरकार में जो लोकतंत्र के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ है, इतना कभी खिलवाड़ नहीं हुई होगी। संविधान को परतंत्र बनाकर जो लोग राज करना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए आज़ादी का अमृतकाल सिर्फ एक जुमला है। संविधान को बचाने के लिए एक और करो या मरो आंदोलन की जरूरत है। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम आपको भरोसा दिलाते हैं, पिछले चुनाव में भी बहुत सारे सत्ता पक्ष के माननीय लोग ये कहते थे कि हमें इतनी सीटें मिल जाएंगी तो हम संविधान बदल देंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से जनता का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने 400 पार के नारे को गिरा दिया और विपक्ष को इतनी ताकत दे दी कि इनकी जो सपना था संविधान बदलने को, उस सपने को तोड़ने का काम किया।
इस संविधान के प्रति जितनी जिम्मेदारी सत्तारूढ़ दल की है, जितनी जिम्मेदारी सरकार की है, इस संविधान के प्रति उतनी ही जिम्मेदारी प्रतिपक्ष की है। आज जो सदन के संविधान की बात करते हैं, संविधान के आरक्षण की बात करते हैं, मैं देखता हूं कि जब सत्र चल रहा है तो सदन में उपस्थित रहने के बजाय कभी हाथरस जा रहे हैं, कभी संभल जा रहे हैं। ये कितना संवैधानिक दायित्व का निर्वहन कर रहे हैं, कदाचित पूरा देश देख रहा है कि शायद ये संविधान की।
The Prime Minister has tweeted following his visit to Prayagraj ahead of the Mahakumbh 2025. We're going to take a short break. There's more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The Prime Minister has tweeted following his visit to Prayagraj ahead of the Mahakumbh 2025. He said he felt blessed to be in the sacred city of Prayagraj.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascents.
New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy?
All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत.
Hi there, this is The Big Fight and I'm Maria Shakil. Telugu actor Allu Arjun was arrested around 12 noon for the Stampede last week at a Hyderabad theatre and granted interim bail for 4 weeks, hours after his arrest. Ordering his release, the Telangana High Court cited Allu Arjun's right to liberty and said, and I quote, "Just because he's an actor, he cannot be held like this," unquote. The superstar had moved the High Court after a lower court sent him to jail for 14 days. The lower court had also dismissed a plea to delay his arrest till Monday. Hyderabad police had earlier filed a case of culpable homicide not amounting to murder and voluntarily causing hurt against the 41-year-old star and several others, including members of his security team and management of the Sandhya Theatre. One woman had died in the stampede, which was triggered when the actor turned up at the theatre for a special screening of his film Pushpa 2, The Rule. So the question that I ask on the show tonight, are celebrities soft targets? Joining me on the show is
Kasturi Shankar, actress and activist. PK Jain is former additional DGP of Maharashtra. We have Reshmi AR, Deccan Chronicle journalist. Tara Deshpande is an actor, writer. We'll be joined by Manoj Joshi, actor, in just a bit as well. Kasturi Shankar, beginning with you, would you say that celebrities are soft targets?
I think it's more than being a soft target. I think celebrities in today's age are being used as political tools as well. I think regimes are trying to make their statements through celebrities, the bigger the better. Last month, it was me. I was arrested on a weekend. Today, Mr. Allu Arjun is being arrested on a weekend, and it's obvious that the weekend arrests are in order to delay any relief till Monday. While I express my complete solidarity and condolence to the tragic loss of life, I don't see how one can even pin this forget about Mr. Allu Arjun, on any single person. I mean, this sets a very bad precedent. The arrest was made. I do not know if the arrest was made after following due process, which is you have to give them a 41A to explain themselves. You have to call them to the police station to, the investigation process has to be completed before you can actually issue an arrest warrant for a person.
Yes.
To go to his house and take him without giving him any time at all. It happened to me. They give you about 30 minutes to make up your mind and go with them. But it feels like overreach, which it was in my case.
Okay,
I think
so
it feels like
let me ask
overreach.
Mr. PK Jain, do you think it's a case of an overreach? First, the theatre owners did not ensure proper security. Perhaps the cops knew that the superstar would be appearing at Sandhya Theatre for that surprise moment for his fans. And they did not do proper crowd management, which led to that unfortunate stampede and a woman losing her life. And now this incident. The pace at which the arrest happens, and then of course how he is given an interim bail, and the point that was made, that what exactly happened in terms of that, why this suddenness of the arrest, it's only because he's an actor.
Thank you very much, Maria, for inviting me here. I will just put the things in a little perspective. See, the theatre had given a request to the police to provide bandobast because they were anticipating a visit from this actor. The actor is extremely popular. There is no second thought about it. So some semblance of good bandobast should have been in place. If the police wanted to put certain restrictions on the management or the organizers of their show, they could have done it. They could have cancelled the show if they anticipated a very large problem, which was not done. Now, after having failed in their own duty in terms of crowd management, in terms of advising the actor and the organizers to behave in a particular manner or to do or not to do certain things, registering a case against the management and Allu Arjun was a little far-fetched. Now, even if the case was registered, my clear opinion in this case is that the arrest is the last resort. This is not a case of murder where you have to recover certain items to prove the complicity of the accused and all that. Everything is available on the TV footage in audio-visual domain. So if that is available, the investigating officer should have gone ahead with the investigation, come to a reasonable conclusion about the complicity of the management and Allu Arjun, and then gone ahead with their arrest or whatever further legal action he should have or could have taken. It is his prerogative, and I'm sure the investigating officer is directed by certain senior officers also. In my opinion, it was a clear case of overreach on their part to have gone and arrested this person without having enough evidence in their hand about his complicity in the case.
Yes.
And what sections? Culpable homicide not amounting to murder for what? I mean, he is an actor. He came out, he waved to the people. The people came into a frenzy. There was a stampede. I have my sympathies and condolences with the family of the deceased and the child who's now fighting for his life. But the fact remains that the people also crowd at such places and without bothering about their own and their children's safety. So all said and done, as far as the police action is concerned, it is an overaction in my opinion. And at this stage, no arrest should have been made. And even if the police had gone to his house, they should have at least had the decency to give him some time to change. And he said that he wanted to finish his breakfast and change, which also I'm told that he was not allowed. I mean, it's absolute high-handedness under whosever instructions it took place, whether it is the political masters or the supervisory officers or the investigating officer himself.
Yes,
and let me tell you that investigating officers in such cases don't take decisions on their own. They always throw the ball into the court of the senior officers who have to take a final call. I think it was an absolutely badly handled situation.
So would you then, Mr. Jain, say that it is perhaps the Home Secretary and the Home Minister of Telangana who has to explain? Because if the orders are coming right from the top.
No, Maria, I'm not aware as to who gave him the instructions to go and arrest. It could be the bureaucracy. It could be, generally bureaucracy does not get into this. So it is either the political masters or some supervisory officer of the investigating officer.
Or some officer who do you think who could have done on his own?
Whom he reports, whom the IO reports to. I mean, it is, as I said, it's one of those persons only.
Okay. Reshmi, as someone who is tracking this story on the ground, you know, this appears to be just more than what meets the eye. If the actor is not even allowed to finish his breakfast before the arrest, why this sudden move? I mean, we come to know about the arrest at 12 noon and within hours the court sends him into 14 days of custody. The sheer pace at which the case was moving, it looked like that there is a larger ploy at place here. Who tends to benefit if Allu Arjun is arrested?
Who tends to benefit? I don't think we can comment on that. But like you said, I think there's more than what meets the eye here, because this happened all of a sudden. This was so unexpected. Like a case was registered, yes, but then Allu Arjun, to the extent of going and arresting an actor is something like so unbelievable. People were in shock. Even his own family was in shock that this actually happened. And also blaming one person on this is, I don't think the actor alone is at fault here. Because the makers, I think, to be fair, he probably was there because he had to fulfill certain responsibilities as an actor. He had signed up for promotions, and an actor is supposed to just go down to whatever the director says. The filmmaker is also there. Why was the filmmaker spared here?
Okay, so let me bring in an actor in Manoj Joshi before I go to Tara Deshpande, who's an actor herself. Mr. Joshi, you know, whenever actors arrive at a theatre for watching a film along with their fans, it's not the responsibility of the security of the actors to ensure that there is crowd management outside theatre. Then why should Allu Arjun be punished? Because there is a great degree of, one would say, some kind of mindless action by the cops which has happened here.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं हिंदी में बोलूंगा
जी.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो जिनकी जान गई है अनफॉर्चुनेटली बहुत वो मतलब दुखद है, मैं मतलब उनके घर वालों के लिए, और मेरा उसके लिए मैं बहुत वो दुखद हुआ जो भी हुआ हो. बट उसके लिए अल्लू अर्जुन ये एक एक्टर जिसकी जो अपने बलबूते पे अपने इतने करोड़ों फैंस हैं उसके देश में विदेश में, और दूसरी एक बात कि उन्होंने, मैंने जो जाना है उस आधार पे मैं बोल रहा हूं कि उन्होंने पुलिस की परमिशन भी ली थी, और एक्टर का एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है प्रमोशन के लिए आफ्टर फिल्म रिलीज ऑल्सो कि भैया आप यहाँ जाएंगे आप वहां जाएंगे, ओके, तो उसकी भी रिस्पॉन्स और रिटर्न परमिशन थी कि ओके. और उसके बाद ये अगर स्टैम्पेड होता है तो ऐसा नहीं है कि उसने जानबूझ के किसी को मारा है ना. एक स्टैम्पेड में वो निमित्त है कि वो आए इसलिए भगदड़ मच गई, बट भगदड़ मच गई तो पुलिस वहां थी. दूसरी बात, थिएटर वालों की भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि भैया अगर अल्लू अर्जुन जिस तरह के पॉपुलर एक्टर हैं और अगर यहाँ होने वाला है तो यहाँ पे उस प्रकार की पुलिस व्यवस्था भी करनी चाहिए, वो उनकी भी ड्यूटी थी. तो उन्होंने क्या किया एक एक्टर क्या है ना, एक सॉफ्ट टारगेट है ऑलवेज। तो एक्टर को कभी भी टारगेट करना, फिर उसको इस तरह से उठा के लेके जाना, मुझे लगता है उसको एक विक्टिम बना दिया है। ये गवर्नमेंट या व्यवस्था, इनकी नाकामयाबी के लिए एक एक्टर को दोषी ठहराना और इस प्रकार के उठाकर लेके जाना, ये मुझे लगता है ये निजाम के काल का कानून है क्या, ऐसा लगता है।
Okay, Tara Deshpande, your thoughts on this?
Well, several thoughts. There was an attempt to blame his personal security. Now, his personal security is exactly that. They're supposed to protect him. Their job is not to control the crowd either outside the theater or inside the theater. Their job is to protect him. And very frankly, when a mob goes a bit crazy, it's very difficult to control them without an organized plan. And invariably, there is some sort of violence, or there is something that happens that's hopefully not as tragic as this. We've also seen in the past that at many big events in India, whether it's political rallies, we've also had cases in theaters before where such terrible tragedies, in fact, even worse tragedies like mass fires have taken place. This seems to happen very often. We seem to have a problem managing big events, which is kind of ironical because we live in a country that is so populous. We live in a country where we know that movie stars are extremely popular and huge crowds gather for this. The crowd should have never been permitted to enter the theater in the first place. I think Allu Arjun is really lucky that the crowd didn't go totally crazy. He had personal security, because it's possible he would have also been very badly injured. Saying that, yes, I think that actors and celebrities are seriously soft targets because they attract a lot of attention, because people earn political brownie points by doing this kind of thing. And in India, we always want a scapegoat before there's a proper investigation. We've seen this happen and replay itself so many times, Maria.
So then you say, Tara, that he has been made a scapegoat? Because of the
you need someone to blame, right?
Perhaps the cops in Hyderabad wanted to send to be seen to be doing. Of course, they went ahead and arrested the theater owners. They are all behind bars, but they wanted to go beyond that, and they wanted to create a spectacle. Do you think this was a desire for a spectacle, perhaps?
I'm not sure if it was so much for a spectacle, but I think that it was sort of, as said earlier by people on the panel, that it was overreach. Before a full investigation was undertaken, it was high-handedness. It was kind of short-sightedness. It's like sort of going in, arrest whoever you can. Whoever was involved with the event, even in the most distant fashion, needs to be arrested so that it looks like you're doing your job. So I think that it was very short-sighted of them to have done this. And I think that they shouldn't have, and it's going to backfire very badly, as we can see it has.
Okay. PK Jain, coming to you, sir. As someone who would be aware of the kind of bandobast which is usually done when there are these screenings. But, Stampede in India, unfortunately, keep happening. But the larger question is that why should it be? Why are the cops not able to ensure proper crowd management? That why is it becoming so, that people, when they gather in huge numbers, they have to go back home with some kind of bad taste about themselves, or with somebody who may have lost their lives because of suffocation?
Well, it is unfortunate we are an extremely populous country, and be it religious events, be it the visit of some Dharam Guru, be it screening or the place where some shooting is taking place, or an event like this, people do tend to flock in large numbers, and then it becomes whatever bandobast you keep. See, the police is restricted in terms of use of force till the time it really comes to that point. The force is never used, because these are all people who are not there out to create some trouble. I mean, they are there for some interest or the other, and the situation goes out of control. But in my opinion, there are many situations where it can be prevented. In this case, it could have been prevented. Allu Arjun came to the theater. He was in the theater, then he came out, then he got out of the car, he started waving to the cheering crowd, and that's how the crowd went absolutely berserk. So that's what happened. I mean, he should have been advised that there's such a large crowd outside. Please don't, indulge into this kind of a theatrics, which he should not have done.
Yes.
Now, I was on a show earlier where it was said that he was advised not to go out, yet he went out. That's why probably he's been made an accused. So I do not know what exactly happened, but the fact remains that the situation could have been handled a little more professionally, number one. Number two, investigation could have been handled a little more professionally. I mean, there are between number 3 and 11. Allu Arjun is accused number 11. There are between them 4 and 10 also. They've not been arrested. So you are going after the theater owners or the organizers of the event, and you are going after the actor. The actor comes last. I mean, it all depends on the kind of investigation that would be conducted. But to my mind, as I said earlier, this arrest is absolutely premature, should have been avoided till the last minute when you have come to a conclusion, yes, he has a complicity in the crime.
Yes.
And then I think the sections are very, very harsh. These sections certainly are not warranted in this kind of a case where the person has no intention of inciting the crowd or indulging into this kind of a behavior or, causing a culpable homicide not amounting to murder.
Absolute unfortunate incident, certainly. But Kasturi, here are two families which are distraught. First, the cops did not ensure proper bandobast, and which led to mismanagement of crowd and the death of that young mother. And now you have the family and the fans of Allu Arjun who are worried about his well-being. So this is some kind of illegitimate action which has been done by the cops in Hyderabad. They have gone overboard, undenying about it.
No, I think the blame is a little more sinister than that, Maria. It's not the cops. Cops, in this case, I'm absolutely sure, because I was at the receiving end of this last month. I'm absolutely sure that the cops are not acting on their own accord. There is some pressure from even higher above. Who is in charge of law and order in Telangana? This is a very uncomfortable question. It comes under the Home Ministry. Pushpa has been in, we know that the release is on the 4th of December and the first show is on the 4th of December from how many months ago? We know that Mr. Allu Arjun is a huge star from how many months ago? As the former cop told us, there are so many people who are in the charge sheet who have not faced arrest, but Mr. Allu Arjun moved to court. Let's note this point. He moved to court yesterday to quash the FIR against him as being party to the charge of culpable homicide. He moved to court yesterday, and very urgently he was arrested today. I believe that that was done because somewhere they wanted to, say, okay, we have arrested this person and we will show the world, we will demolish one actor's property, we will arrest another big actor, we will show that we are not afraid of actors. I feel that is the message that, unfortunately, the Telangana government is trying to project.
What is it that Telangana government is trying to say, Reshmi? What's your reading as a journalist?
No, actually, the government released a statement saying that they have nothing to do with this. The arrest just happened. It's just a law that has taken its course. But I would like to make a point here that the day this mishap happened, the next day, the police released a statement saying that they were not aware of, they had no intimation either from the film crew or the theatre saying that Allu Arjun would be actually visiting the theatre. But today, when things went out of control, Sandhya Theatre released this letter. Even it was a lapse on their part as well that they didn't release it on the day the police released their statement. And today they're saying that yes, we did ask for permission, and it clearly mentions that there would be VVIPs and stars who would be attending the show, and we need police bandobast. So this act of arrest, I guess it was it was a hasty decision on their part to do it. I think it was a cover-up. Because today they have released a statement again in the evening saying that yes, we do get a lot of requests for police protection, but considering the resources we have, it's not possible to actually, allot as many members.
Okay, so there has been visible cover-up. It's not law taking its course, because law doesn't allow this kind of high-handedness by an investigating officer who lands there at the home of accused number 11 and arrests him. he's given a warrant and that arrest happens in matter of few minutes. So certainly, as far as law taking its course is concerned, that has not been applied here. Manoj Joshi, I have just 30 seconds for you, sir. Please go ahead.
I just अभी मेरे पहले जिन्होंने बताया, I completely agree with her. और दूसरा, ये पॉलिटिकल ब्लंडर नहीं है, ये पॉलिटिकली मूड करके ये किया गया है. और अक्यूज नंबर 11 को पहले पकड़ लो क्योंकि वो पॉपुलर है और हम क्या कर सकते हैं ये लोगों को बताने के लिए. और किसकी गवर्नमेंट है लोग जानते हैं, और ये किस लिए किया गया है, किस दबाव में किया गया है, ये भी सब जानते हैं. और इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि ये निजामशाही नहीं है, ये लोकशाही है. और इस तरह से काम करना, ये मुझे लगता है बहुत ही बेजवाबदार तरीके से ये काम किया गया है और मैं इसका खंडन करता हूं.
लेकिन मनोज जी, आपने बोला किसकी सरकार है, आपको सबको पता है, लेकिन वो सरकार कैसे, उसको फायदा क्यों होगा और कैसे होगा अगर अल्लू अर्जुन अरेस्ट होते हैं तो?
ऑफ कोर्स पॉपुलर है वो किसके रिलेशन में है, क्या है, सबको मालूम है. और इसीलिए देखो, इसको अगर फ्रेम करना है तो हम फ्रेम कर सकते हैं. यही उन्होंने दुनिया को बताया. अल्टीमेटली इवेंचुअली उसने पर्पसली तो कुछ नहीं किया है. उनका खुद का इंटेंशन तो डेफिनेटली ये नहीं है कि मैं आऊं और कोई जाए. और पुलिस से उन्होंने परमिशन मांगी है, तो ये लापरवाही है पुलिस की, व्यवस्था की, कानून, वो व्यवस्था की लापरवाही है, गवर्नमेंट की लापरवाही है. और उसकी वजह से एक एक्टर को फ्रेम करना ये बहुत अजीब सा लगता है. और इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा हूं कि ये बिल्कुल फ्रेम्ड वर्क है.
Okay, so Tara, there are panelists who are of the opinion that there is some kind of sinister plot at play here. And if you look at the manner in which events have played out, it actually appears to be much more than what we are seeing on the surface at the moment.
It's hard for me to comment on that because I'm not sure what the political machinations are here. But certainly it looks like a dog's dinner has been made of this investigation. It would be interesting to note that this was a very old theatre. It has a very large capacity of over 1,300 people. At some level, in order to prevent these from happening in the future, there must be some kind of police to person ratio that's followed. In the US, you have something called a fire marshal, and you're not allowed to have more than X number of people within a certain space or outside in the close proximity of that space. I think so that's such a tragedy where a young woman loses her life and a child struggles to survive in a hospital doesn't happen again. I think besides looking at why this arrest and why this investigation was a mess, I really think that the country would benefit as a whole if someone was to set up a commission or a planning, a setup where we can figure out how to handle large events like this, because these events happen pretty much on a daily basis in India, and it is very, very difficult to control crowds. That being said, yes, I think that there could be more to it than meets the eye, but really I can't be certain because I haven't seen the evidence for that.
Kasturi, coming to you, do you think there is a need for further investigation? It cannot just stop at Allu Arjun getting interim bail.
You know what? Actually, there is a need for further introspection. This is not about a star being scapegoated for a very, very unfortunate stampede. We are a 1.5 billion populated country where every event, even the smallest event, will have lakhs of people attending. This was a big event. Police cannot take care of everything. We are severely understaffed when it comes to law enforcement. So I think at some point, the government has to acknowledge and accept responsibility. They are not capable of giving law and order support. And that is not, I'm not saying that as an accusation. I'm saying that has to be accepted. If you cannot handle big events in your state, please say so. Big event ko wo Haryana mein kiya, Uttar Pradesh mein kiya, Bihar mein kiya big events. Same Pushpa ke liye. वहां कुछ नहीं हुआ, यहाँ क्यों हो रहा? So one has to introspect more than investigate.
Yes, Kasturi, you raised a valid point because in Bihar it was organized at a much larger scale.
Exactly.
It was at a huge scale, and it was at Gandhi Maidan. A crowd of almost 2.5 to 3 lakh had gathered there. And here it is happening at a theatre.
It's a failure of the Congress government, Maria. That's about it.
All right. So I think that's the note to end this discussion on. Thank you so much for joining us. Reshmi, Tara Deshpande, Manoj Joshi, PK Jain, and Kasturi Shankar. Of course, this remains our top focus here on NDTV. That's all from me at the moment. Thanks so much for watching.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest.
Ladies and gentlemen, my guest today is a man of eminent scholarship, but if I stay there, if I stop there, that would be only half of his introduction. He is a prolific author. He is somebody who has captivated through his not only his observations, words, writings, India's economic journey transformation, but has also encapsulated it in so many places. In his current role, he happens to hold a very, very critical job. As the chairperson of the 16th Finance Commission, Mr. Arvind Panagreha will decide how the finances are distributed between the states and the government of India. However, I am not meeting Mr. Arvind Panagreha today for that purpose. I am meeting him for his latest book, and he has written a book on the first Prime Minister of India as a man of his scholarship must, the Nehru Development Model. Mr. Panagreha, welcome to NDTV.
My pleasure to be with you.
Mr. Panagreha, let me ask you a question. I tried to read this book, and let me confess that I could not finish it because of...
It's a thick book.
It's a thick book, and for the paucity of time, I received it during a working week, so probably it would had it been a weekend, I would have finished it.
Yes.
But you have given reasons why you have written it. You have written about the unfortunate death of your brother during the COVID years, and then how you were writing an article, and then it transformed into a book. But what's the provocation, Mr. Panagriha, at this stage to write a book on Mr. Nehru's development model? What's the idea?
No real provocation really, but what I think, not quite sure whether it's a prospective explanation, retrospective, but to be sure, while a lot has been written on post-independence history of India on the political side, on the economic side, hardly anything. Particularly, if one takes the contemporary period, meaning last 20-30 years, lot on the post-independence history, political history that is, but hardly anything on the economic history. Now, while this period, Nehru era, was unfolding, a lot of writings were happening at that time, but we also need to, sometimes go back and look at the events from today's vantage point. And that really, if you will, is the provocation. And ultimately, of course, we also want to learn from the past. So that is the effort. Both, we try to learn from the past, but we also try to explain the present in the context of what happened in the past. So both of those motivations drive the analysis of the book.
And it's interesting that you talk about political writings on Mr. Nehru and Mr. Nehru's governance, even during the contemporary times, because you have written in your book, Mr. Panagriha, that Pandit Nehru embarked on two projects simultaneously when India became independent. One was a political project and another was a financial or economic project. You say that he succeeded so stupendously in the political project that even when his daughter, these are your words, even when his daughter tried to tinker with those institutions, she flirted, as you say. When she flirted briefly, she had to revert to the original and very, very brief flirtation, disastrous as it is, she reverted to it. How is it, Mr. Panagriha, that the analysis of your book, or the sum and summation of your book, while Pandit Nehru succeeds on one side stupendously, on the other side it appears that he fails miserably?
Yes. Well, I think, his, as the book explains, his original instincts were absolutely right. What he wanted to achieve for India is something that we still try to achieve for India, namely the eradication of poverty and making India prosperous. So his instincts were in this sense quite right, that the whole purpose, in fact he even wrote in somewhere, maybe in the Discovery of India, that or even before that, maybe in the autobiography, somewhere I quote that, that
yes, Discovery of India, you have quoted.
That ultimately the purpose of independence is also to eradicate the appalling poverty of India. So he also recognized very rightly actually that this could not be done without industrialization and growth, because in his own words, he said that the incomes were so low, existing wealth was so little, that redistribution simply, there was simply not enough wealth to redistribute. There was only poverty to redistribute. And so therefore, he saw industrialization and growth as the instrument of eradicating poverty. So on those counts he was correct. But now, how to stimulate growth, and the model that he ended up picking turned out to be the wrong one. And so the kind of growth that was required, again going back to his own ambition, he wrote that, look, we recognized when we had held these discussions that to eradicate poverty completely in a matter of about 10 years or a decade, we will need 600% increase or six-fold increase in income. But that was too ambitious, so we set a goal of 300% or threefold increase in income. So again, very correct analysis up to that point, but then when it came to what path to choose, this is where his own kind of inclinations towards heavy industry, towards socialism, that kind of came in the way, as we later learned.
Before I come back to the socialism part on which you describe Pandit Nehru's journey from Fabian to radical, I'll come to that. But essentially what you are saying is that his diagnosis was right, but the medicine that he chose turned out to be incorrect.
You can put it that way, yes.
And there was caution. You said that while bulk of the economists were agreeing to what Pandit Nehru was saying, even the industrialists, corporates, etc., were agreeing to his philosophy of a mixed economy, private corporates, etc., etc. In the form of Mr. Milton, in the form of
Milton Friedman, yes.
Milton Friedman, you have mentioned Mr. Milton Friedman. There was a caution, and you say that that caution were to be proved absolutely correct,
100%.
In the years to come. But you also write in your book, Mr. Panagriha, that because Mr. Milton was traveling at the instance of the American government, the United States government, there was no chance of him succeeding. Those are your words.
Right. So what I also say is that, so this note, 4,000 word note that Milton Friedman wrote while spending a few weeks in New Delhi, was written in 1955. And till then, Milton Friedman didn't have much acceptance even within the United States, at least among the academics. So he was still yet to be accepted by the larger academic community in the United States itself. So this is what I sort of say, that therefore they had no prayer of being heard in India. And sure enough, that's what happened really, there is no mention, I don't think anybody knew about the note that he wrote, except his fellow traveler, P.T. Bauer, who quotes him in a 1960 book that he wrote, very short book on India. But the wider audience really came to know of that note only around somewhere in the 1980s, when Subrata Roy, I think, discovered this and brought it out in a volume. I myself came to see it only around in 2000, when I actually wrote on that note an Economic Times column.
So you mean to say that he was yet to acquire the kind of fame or the heft that he acquired?
He was known, but his acceptance, his brand of economics
was still
not accepted. Was not accepted, basically.
So
he was very pro-market. He was free trade. He was flexible exchange rates. These ideas had not yet been accepted. He gained over time incredible acceptance, actually, and
became a very big
became
name.
a very influential economist in the United States eventually. But that was still to happen. 1955 was still early. And he won the Nobel Prize, by the way.
Yes. And so it was not something very jarring that his advice was confined to the bins of...
No, it's not jarring. No. I mean, around this time in 1956 and 1955, before that, when discussions are happening on the second 5-year plan, when Mahalanobis writes the second plan frame, that is a framework for the second 5-year plan, conventional wisdom is that, you got to do planning, you got to industrialize, you got to do heavy industry. We should also remember that, till this time, even Soviet Union is generally seen as a success. So, in this sense, there is a lot of acceptance, of course. Our own academics, in assessing the plan frame that Mahalanobis had written, there was a panel of economists, India's 21 leading economists from different parts of the country.
Prime Minister assembled.
Came in. He assembled
that
Prime
Minister
panel
assembled. You have written
because
it.
he believed in consultation and all. So he assembles that whole team, and they all look at it, and if anything, actually they want more control than what was in the Mahalanobis
paper
plan frame. Yeah. So
Mr. Panagriha, let's come back to the historical figure in this book, that is the first Prime Minister himself. You said that he was also, in your book, you say that he was also driven by his own instinct. And you say that he was at some point in time a radical communist, and he was quite impressed by the Soviet communism.
Yes.
And then he traveled probably to a more pragmatic view of socialism or communism, what did you call it, Fabian socialism?
Fabian or mixed economy.
Mixed economy, which you have also written. So you think that the first Prime Minister of this country was quite radical communist in his leanings at some point in time?
Well, I don't have to say that I think so. It's in his writings. One of the quotes I reproduce in the book says, you know, he once issued a press note saying that there are only two choices before us, fascism and communism, and between those two I choose communism. But there are other writings of his, including actually a presidential address in the Lucknow AICC, All India Congress Committee conference, where he very forcefully expresses this view that he extols the Soviet experience and says that, you know, the only thing that can ultimately tame or defeat capitalism, which leads to imperialism, is the some form of coordinated socialist, international socialist movement, or various countries coming together forming these socialist governments around the world. So he's clearly very radical in this view. And the transition, I think, happens over the following decade, between 1936 and 1946.
And when, of course, he comes into governance, then that probably mellows everyone down.
That also, but I think what, I mean, my own read here is that there was a committee called the National Planning Committee, which was appointed by Subhash Chandra Bose in 1938, within the Congress party, that is, and that had 14 members. Nehru chaired that committee, and among the 14 members there were 3 or 4 leading industrialists. That's where, you know, Nehru sort of meets his match kind of on the other side, on the market side. Because the industrialists are very worried. In fact, there is also a story that, you know, after that his Lucknow presidential address, industrialists had got very worried that the kind of, because Nehru in that address talks about nationalizing everything, the government becoming the public sector. He did a bit, but much less, you know, nothing like, you know, I mean, earlier he would be talking about nationalization of all private industry. I mean, effectively more or less the Soviet style. So that got the industrialists very worried, and so these interactions then happened in this committee, which deliberated for 2 years, 38 to 40. Almost till the point that Nehru then gets sent to jail, and that's where somehow abruptly the work of the committee stopped. But there, Nehru himself writes in the Discovery of India that, you know, there was a lot of difference of opinion between the industrialists and me, but I learned from them and they learned from me. So the result of that was that they both seemed to have reached a compromise position of what came to be known as the mixed economy. Because not only that the Prime Minister accommodated the private sector, but the private sector also accommodated the public sector, because they wrote that in 1944 and 1945 in 2 parts, the Bombay Plan, which was published.
You mentioned it in great detail about 1944.
And if you look at the Bombay Plan and India's foundational 5-year plan, which is second 5-year plan, not the first.
Not the first, yes.
And that foundational 5-year plan and the Bombay plan are very similar. You'll be very surprised, actually, you know, as to how the two could be so similar. But my read is that it resulted from this interaction.
One influenced the other. That's your reading.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you something, Mr. Panagriha, that wealth redistribution and socialism, these are ideas that are still, and you have mentioned about it that, you know, how Nehru's own philosophy, thought, work plan has had lasting impact for decades on this country's intelligentsia, academia, market economists, everyone including bureaucrats. Yes, you have written it in detail. Even businessmen in detail. Now, these are the ideas that still refuse to go away. Absolutely. Congress party, even today sometimes, today sometimes, Mr. Rahul Gandhi sometimes, very vigorously champions ideas of wealth redistribution.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi is all about redistribution.
Yes.
I think, you know, and when the UPA 2 was running the country, I remember writing a column where I said that, you know, the view within the government seems to be that the economy is like the Kamdhenu. the mythical cow, who gives without asking for anything. Without asking for anything. But the economy is not calm. You got to nurture the economy for it to keep giving you. So that is really, this is where the redistribution, because a lot of the reforms had happened under Narasimha Rao and Atal Bihari Vajpayee.
For Narasimha Rao, you have quite a praise in this book.
Yes.
That despite Rajiv years and Rajiv, who could have done all of that, you say that, in 87, 88, you write, he comes back to status quo, almost status quo ante, and says it does, in your words, business as usual.
Yes.
But let me also ask you about this wealth redistribution and the corporate sector and all. We see Mr. Panagriha from the principal opposition party today, some sort of an obsessive targeting of certain business groups or wealth redistribution ideas, or in what would be seen in modern day era as radical socialism, talk of radical socialism. Do you think the Indian economy has the capacity to take these kind of shocks?
Well, see, okay, so to make it concrete, let's say, and there are also some economists actually, right, who advocate, for example, some sort of state duty, right, that upon death.
In the Americas also it is inheritance tax and things like that.
Yeah, and a big one, and the UK has very, very large.
Yes, now they have a new one.
So this is all driven by the instinct that, we want to put an end to the billionaires. Or at least, at some point we deprive them of a lot of their wealth.
A lot of their advantage.
Wealth, basically, a lot of their wealth. But you see, you have to think a little harder, because where are those billions sitting? They are not spending that money. Occasionally you might say that, we had this $1 billion or whatever wedding by Mr. Mukesh Ambani's younger son. But by and large, this wealth is not being used for ostentatious consumption. It is being invested.
And most of it is sitting in investments.
It's sitting in investment. Now, think about it, that if you were to tax it away, give it to the government, what do you think will happen to the investment? In the end, will the government be able to generate the kind of return that private investors and our leading actually entrepreneurs are able to generate on their wealth? In the end, you see, it may seem offensive that somebody has such kind of wealth and all, but think a bit harder. You need to continue to accumulate wealth, generate wealth. And who is going to generate wealth better than the entrepreneurs who actually created that wealth in the first place? So it's, to me, much more about allocation of that wealth into good investments. Now, obviously, the government over time will collect revenues on that wealth, because incomes get taxed. As you generate incomes from that wealth, that income gets taxed. So tax revenues will be collected. And as the base of this wealth rises, whoever is owning it, eventually more and more taxes will be collected and they become available for redistribution. So, which is what we are doing. We are running a Narega program. There are a lot of these transfer schemes that we have been running. And lately, of course, these transfers have really caught on. So every political party is
all over the country
is announcing these. So redistribution is happening. Unlike, in an authoritarian regime, like in South Korea, Taiwan, when they grew richer in 70s, 80s, there were no redistribution programs at all. All poverty alleviation happened through growth, which lifted all boats. Yeah, which lifted all boats. But we have very early on actually started off
with redistribution
with a lot of redistribution programs.
Also, Mr. Panagriha, let me ask you this question: that about this radical socialism, and then the targeting of the wealth creators themselves, in a sort of a concerted manner, you go after one corporate or the other corporate. We have seen it in the past also happening with various other corporates. It is not for the first time. But do you think is it just that the political might of a political party or establishment goes after a private corporate which probably is not in a position at all to face that might, despite having not done anything, provenly wrong?
Well, I think that gets into the political realm, and I sort of keep a bit away from making political commentary. But in democracies, these things you observe around the world.
Before I close, Mr. Panagriha, it would be incomplete if I don't ask you two things. One is that you put a lot of sort of onus or a lot of money on Mr. Narasimha Rao, whom you say that he had navigated the political system successfully. You write about it, and you say that eventually he was the one who reformed the economy. One is Narasimha Rao part, and second, I want you to, in the culmination, comment, Mr. Panagriha, about the fact you write that Nehru's ideas, thoughts, workings had a lasting impression on our bureaucracy. Do you now, Mr. Panagriha, sitting in your position, again back working closely with the government, see that that influence is now certainly waning, and are we becoming more pragmatic? I don't want to take an anti or pro view, but more pragmatic in terms of dealing with what is necessarily required in terms of dealing with poverty eradication, as the first Prime Minister also aspired. Are we becoming more pragmatic in that sense?
So first on Narasimha Rao, most certainly I think he turned out to be a remarkable Prime Minister, right man for his time and all. I mean, partly as I described, that he perhaps understood Nehru quite well himself. He had, he was a man of letters. He was a voracious reader. He used to write and all. So he actually understood him in the sense that Nehru, generally, as a general rule, Nehru would change with circumstances.
Yes, you have repeatedly cited that in your book, that he changed his mind, he was willing to accept advice, and he was malleable in that sense.
So he, in this sense, was also pragmatist. So therefore Narasimha Rao felt that even when he's making these changes are well within the parameters that Nehru would be fine with, because the times have changed. So he talks about this, in one interview, the anchor asks him, that how did you make the U-turn? So he says, no, it's not like that. You don't make a U-turn. What you have to realize is that the ground on which you are standing is itself moving. And once you realize that the ground itself is moving, some sort of turn becomes easier. It's not a U-turn or anything. But so
clever answer from the old man.
Clever answer from the old man. Yeah. And so this is how he believed that what he did not do any damage to what Nehru had done.
Legacy.
And yet, as a very savvy politician, he not only made the changes, he navigated the change, sold it to everybody, and really transformed the country. I mean, in the end, what we see today, we owe to a very large degree to Narasimha Rao. Your second question on bureaucracy today,
yes,
I would say that there is no doubt we had made a huge amount of progress. There are a lot of champions of change and economic reforms within bureaucracy also. Without that, we wouldn't get any changes. GST reform could not have happened, the bankruptcy code could not have come, corporate profit taxes which were reduced could not have happened. In the end, even though the politicians make the decisions, implementation is with the bureaucracy, and bureaucracy has to be on board. So there's a large number of, or at least substantial number of bureaucrats who
realists and pragmatists who have come,
who want change. Having said that, it is also the case that the central tendency of the bureaucracy still remains a bit of impacted by socialism. I think central tendency is not for change, it is to maintain the status quo. That is the central tendency. So the politicians in India have to work significantly harder to bring about a change. So it's not simply that the Prime Minister makes a decision and the change will happen. It will not happen like that. And some of the changes the Prime Minister has tried to make did not happen. And it's reflected mostly in the privatization. If you look at, Prime Minister had made a decision in 2016 when I was at the Niti Aayog to privatize many different public sector enterprises. But very few have been actually privatized. The bureaucracy moves slowly.
But let me then ask you, Mr. Panagriha, this final question, since you have had a long experience of working with the government also. Then in that sense, many observers would say that somebody like Mr. Modi, who follows and follows and follows scrupulously to the last detail And your predecessor, Mr. N.K. Singh, once said famously that the difference between Vajpayee and Prime Minister Modi is that Mr. Modi has the capacity, immense capacity to follow through his decisions, unlike Mr. Vajpayee. Do you think that Indian bureaucracy generally needs politicians like that?
Well, if you want to,
since you said that
change,
they need to work harder in this country.
Yes, you know, if you want to bring about change, then yes, I think there is no question. In this sense, if you look at, you know, I mean, I describe Prime Minister Modi as the holistic Prime Minister. He's not, you know, Prime Minister for this or that. He does everything. Just see the change. You know, first thing when he came, he said, Northeast. We have neglected East generally, but Northeast especially. We have neglected. And see the amount of development he has brought about in the Northeast. Ports we had neglected. You know, the Sagarmala project that he started, you know, that development of islands, we have never done that. I mean, I remember day one when I had my first meeting as Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, he talked about all these things, you know, that we need to do these things. It took time to do, but economic reforms, GST, bankruptcy code, corporate profit tax, number of these things, you know, and in the thick of COVID, you know, for a whole week, the finance minister announced a package after package of reforms. So, you know, in this sense, and the infrastructure, the way he has built, I mean, that I think, to me, takes away all kind of, you know, predictions one could have made, you know, the way, the scale at which, both scale and speed, which these are the terms he often uses also, are just most impressive. I mean, take the new parliament building, take Mandapam, take the coastal road in Bombay, take the Atal Setu bridge. The projects on that scale we never did. Now we are doing, actually, I mean, I was very impressed when I visited China as G20 Sherpa, you know, what China had done. And I said, goodness, we are never going to be able to do things on that scale. But we are doing them now. We are really doing them. Also, again, in terms of the scale, look initially where he started, the Jan Dhan accounts. Suddenly, you know, people said, no, you can't give accounts that fast to people, and we had taken so long to
open zero balance accounts.
Get
so in that
to those
sense,
accounts.
You know,
Swachh Bharat, I think, you know, the toilets, right? 65 years of work, and only 38% of rural households had toilets. And he said, in 5 years, I'll do 100%. I mean, I thought, you know, can anybody do it? But
so in that sense, you would say, in my final summing up commentary from you, that a clean break from the Nehruvian ideology helped.
Yes, yes, indeed, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Panagriha. Thank you very much for sparing time for our viewers. Thank you for joining NDTV.
My pleasure. Thank you.
This week on India Ascends.
New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy?
All this and more only on India Ascends.
Telugu superstar Allu Arjun arrested for the death of a woman killed in a stampede outside a theatre showing his film. High Court grants interim bail, saying he can't be arrested just because he is an actor. Under scanner, Telangana cops clarify, saying they had advised the actor to leave quickly, but he had failed to comply. In the Constitution debate in Parliament, Rajnath Singh spearheads the BJP's critique, while Priyanka Gandhi opened for the opposition. The BJP accuses the Congress of disrespecting the Constitution. Opposition declares they are fighting to save it. Prime Minister Modi to reply in Parliament on Saturday. One Nation, One Poll bill likely to be introduced in Parliament on Monday. Copies of the bill circulated to MPs for their view. The accused in the Kolkata rape and murder case, including the ex-principal and the cop, have been granted bail. Bail was given due to the CBI not being able to file a charge sheet within the mandatory 90-day period. Victim's mother expresses her disappointment. And in Mumbai, Raj Kapoor's centenary celebrations begin. The entire Kapoor clan and top Bollywood stars pay homage. Right, our top focus, Telugu actor Allu Arjun has been granted interim bail by the Telangana High Court following his arrest linked to a tragic stampede at the Pushpa 2 premiere in Hyderabad last week, which resulted in one woman's death. Arjun, along with the theatre's management and his security team, were charged over the incident. And the High Court, in fact, granted interim bail to him earlier in the day for 4 weeks, saying just because he's an actor, he cannot be arrested or treated like this. But what we are given to understand in news just coming in, that the jail authorities are saying that they haven't got the copy of the bail order yet. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Uma Sudhir. Uma, so does that mean Allu Arjun will have to spend the night in jail?
The reports seem to suggest, Tanima, that Allu Arjun may remain in jail today because the jail officials are in fact preparing the Class 1 barracks for Allu Arjun inside Central Gouda jail. As you know, earlier today, the Nampally court had ordered that he will go into 14-day judicial remand, after which subsequently, hearing while taking up the quash petition that was filed by Allu Arjun, the Telangana High Court had granted him interim bail, but fans are waiting outside the jail premises as well as outside the residence of Allu Arjun at Jubilee Hills in Hyderabad. And, there is even a video of his daughter, in fact, who is at the window as though waiting for dad to come home. But as of now, it doesn't appear that he's yet been released, so he may end up spending the night in jail is what we understand, because they have not yet reportedly received all the documents, the procedures that need to be completed. Because this is quite an unusual situation where you have, the lower court that had sent him to judicial remand, and you have the higher court subsequently granting him interim bail even as he was sent to jail, and it was already the end of the day. And it's the documentation which was expected to take shorter, but it does appear that it is even now continuing, because we can see the crowds that are still there outside the jail and outside his home as well, waiting for the start to return home.
Right, Uma, thank you so much for joining us with that. Let's also take a look at what the police have in fact been saying. Remember, the Telangana police have been under fire over this entire incident, and the manner in which Allu Arjun was arrested has sent shockwaves, especially through the film industry. But the police have also put out a clarification, specifically on the movie theatre's letter, which said that they had called for additional security once they came to know that Allu Arjun is going to make a visit at the theatre location last week. Now, the police have said that no specific details had been provided by the letter in terms of the additional arrangement that was required. The theatre did not take a no objection certificate from the police. They also went on to add that the situation was under control till Allu Arjun reached the venue. Police go on to add that Allu Arjun's private security had begun pushing people in order for his vehicle to move through the crowd. Police also said that they had advised the actor to leave the venue quickly, but he stayed on, and that there was no misbehavior from the police's part during the arrest, and that Allu Arjun was also allowed to change clothes when the police team had gone to make the arrest. There's also, of course, a lot of strong reactions coming in, especially from the film industry. Let's take a look at those.
I feel जो सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स है वो हर चीज एक एक्टर सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. वी कैन टेल पीपल अराउंड अस, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी आप मैं इसी की बात कर सकता हूँ. सिनेपोलिस ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे, एंड वी आर ग्रेटफुल टू देम ऑन दैट. एंड जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. वेरी सॉरी, सेंड माई कंडोलेंसेस, बट एट द सेम टाइम आई थिंक जो आप ब्लेम है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
भगदड़ मच गई, एक आदमी की मौत हो गई, लोग घायल हो गए. अब इसमें एक्टर का क्या कसूर है? थिएटर की जिम्मेदारी जो है, थिएटर के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की, वो तो एक्टर के हाथ में नहीं है। अगर भगदड़ मची है तो उस क्राउड को कंट्रोल करना तो एक्टर का काम नहीं है। अब अगर यही वजह है गिरफ्तारी की, तो ये वजह मेरी समझ से बाहर है।
Right, and moving on to the Parliament, debate on the Constitution began in Lok Sabha on Friday with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh leading the charge on behalf of the government. Initiating the debate, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh critiqued the opposition's narrative, saying the Constitution is not the prerogative of a single party. From the opposition side, Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi delivered her maiden speech, criticizing the BJP-led government for allegedly weakening the Constitution. She also addressed the Unnao rape case and the Sambal violence in her speech. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to reply to the debate in Parliament on Saturday.
विपक्ष के कई नेता संविधान की प्रति अपनी जेब में रखकर घूमते हैं। असल में उन्होंने बचपन से ही यही सीखा है। उन्होंने पीढ़ियों से अपने परिवार में संविधान को जेब में ही रखे थे। लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान को सिर माथे पर लगाती है। मैं आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है। भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा, भारत के विचारों के साथ, भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया एक अनपैरेलल्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यह डॉक्यूमेंट है। हमारा संविधान प्रोग्रेसिव है, प्रगतिशील है, समावेशी है।
अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, ये सरकार आर्थिक न्याय का सुरक्षा कवच तोड़ रही है। आज संसद में बैठी ये सरकार बेरोजगारी और महंगाई से जूझ रही हमारी जनता को क्या राहत दे रही है। कृषि के कानून भी बड़े बड़े उद्योगपतियों के लिए बन रहे हैं। सही एमएसपी को छोड़िए, डीएपी तक नहीं मिल रहा है। संविधान में सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक न्याय का वादा है। ये वादा एक सुरक्षा कवच है जिसको तोड़ने का काम शुरू हो चुका है। लैटरल एंट्री और निजीकरण के जरिए ये सरकार आरक्षण को कमजोर करने का काम कर रही है। अगर लोकसभा में ये नतीजे नहीं आए होते तो ये संविधान बदलने का काम भी शुरू कर लेते। सच्चाई ये है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि आज संविधान बार बार इसलिए कह रहे हैं क्योंकि इस चुनाव में इनको पता चल गया कि इस देश की जनता ही इस संविधान को सुरक्षित रखेगी। कि इस चुनाव में हारते जीतने से इन्हें एहसास हुआ कि ये संविधान बदलने की बात इस देश में नहीं चलेगी।
ये अध्यक्ष महोदय कैसी चर्चा संविधान की जो है बिना प्रधान की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस सरकार में जो लोकतंत्र के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ है, इतना कभी खिलवाड़ नहीं हुई होगी। संविधान को परतंत्र बनाकर जो लोग राज करना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए आज़ादी का अमृतकाल सिर्फ एक जुमला है। संविधान को बचाने के लिए एक और करो या मरो आंदोलन की जरूरत है। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम आपको भरोसा दिलाते हैं, पिछले चुनाव में भी बहुत सारे सत्ता पक्ष के माननीय लोग ये कहते थे कि हमें इतनी सीटें मिल जाएंगी तो हम संविधान बदल देंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से जनता का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने 400 पार के नारे को गिरा दिया और विपक्ष को इतनी ताकत दे दी कि इनकी जो सपना था संविधान बदलने को, सपने को तोड़ने का काम किया।
इस संविधान के प्रति जितनी जिम्मेदारी सत्तारूढ़ दल की है, जितनी जिम्मेदारी सरकार की है, इस संविधान के प्रति उतनी ही जिम्मेदारी प्रतिपक्ष की है। आज जो सदन के संविधान की बात करते हैं, संविधान के आरक्षण की बात करते हैं, मैं देखता हूं कि जब सत्र चल रहा है तो सदन में उपस्थित रहने के बजाय कभी हाथरस जा रहे हैं, कभी संभल जा रहे हैं। ये कितना संवैधानिक दायित्व का निर्वहन कर रहे हैं, कदाचित पूरा देश देख रहा है कि शायद ये संविधान की।
Now, One Nation, One Election bill, which is being touted as a game-changer bill by the government, is likely to be introduced in Parliament on Monday. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, we knew that it was likely to be tabled in Parliament next week, but it could be as soon as Monday, and today the MPs were circulated a copy of the bill?
That's right. It will be introduced in the Lok Sabha, the House of the People. It's a constitutional amendment, 129, which basically has four constitutional amendments that are required, four amendments that have to be amended in the Constitution from 82A, and I don't want to get into the specifics because that's, getting into the minutiae. But the larger picture is about extending the House, the, nomenclature which is required to ensure, as per the Cohen report, committee its findings have been accepted, and so it's in that context that the Constitution is being amended, along with a subsequent bill which deals with the union territories, which they didn't do in the Women's Reservation Bill, which they did later. In this case, they're doing it together, so once and for all. As we have been reporting, this is the first phase. It has been circulated to members of Parliament to peruse, and if they have to raise any objections and give notices, that can be done, and it will be introduced on the floor of the House in the Lok Sabha as early as Monday.
Right. Sunil Prabhu there, thank you so much for joining us with that. On that note, we'll be slipping into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascents. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge.
Governor has okayed the ACB probe against KT Rama Rao. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir. Uma, what are the details of this particular case now that the governor has given a nod for the ACB to conduct its probe?
So about a month ago is when the government of Telangana had sought the approval of the governor in order to begin the ACB probe against Mr. KT Rama Rao, because the Revant Reddy in his Reddy government seems to have wanted to avoid the kind of lapses that happened in the neighboring state of Andhra Pradesh when the YSRCP dispensation of that time had failed to get the governor's nod for approving the arrest of Chandrababu Naidu in what was called as a multi-crore skill development scam. And therefore, in court, that case had become weaker. And therefore, in this particular case, it relates to alleged financial irregularities in funding of one of the 4 seasons of the Formula E races that was to happen here. And to conduct the 9, 10, 12, 11 and 12 seasons of the race, the Municipal Administration Department had signed a tripartite agreement with the Formula E organizers and Ace Next Generation Private Limited, and subsequently Ace Next had dropped out of it unilaterally in the second season, citing losses in the first season, and the then Municipal Administration officer, Principal Secretary Mr. Arvind Kumar had on the advice, oral instructions we are told of, KT Rama Rao had transferred 55 crore rupees to the organizers of the Formula E, and that transfer the HMDA then transferred the amount, dropping Ace Next as the promoter, and then the government had later included the Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority as the promoter. So all this was considered as something that was not there in the statute, and therefore there is a probe that was ordered, because when Arvind Kumar was questioned, he had said that he had done it on the oral instructions of the minister. The minister, of the then minister, and K.T. Ramarao has also admitted that there were oral instructions that were given, and he said that was only to ensure that the Hyderabad brand name does not go down. So the ACB is now likely to begin this probe.
Thank you so much for joining us with that breaking update. News now from Kolkata, and Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of RG Kar Medical College implicated in the horrific rape and murder case, has been granted bail due to the CBI's failure to file a charge sheet within the mandatory 90-day period. Despite this, Sandeep Ghosh will remain in custody due to a separate ED case. The victim's mother, overwhelmed by grief, has criticized the CBI, stating that they have failed in their duty.
আমরা খুব হতাশার মধ্যে আছি, কোনো বলার মতো কোনো কথা নেই আমাদের কাছে। সিবিআই 90 দিনের মধ্যে চার্জশিট দেয়নি, তাই ওদের জামিন হয়ে গেছে। আর কি বলবো বলুন?
There are two things. One is, of course, the Kolkata police, which initially investigated the case, have maintained that there was only one accused in this case. He was arrested. The evidence against him was collected. It was presented and handed over to the CBI. The CBI presented the accused in court. Based on that evidence collected by the Kolkata police, they filed a charge sheet, and then of course they that trial of Sanjay Roy, the main accused in this case, is on. But afterwards what happened was there were many people who claimed that there were more people involved, or that there was destruction of evidence, something that the police strongly denied. The CBI also, remember, had told the Supreme Court that they believed there was a conspiracy, that they were looking at different angles, and the Supreme Court had commented on that. The judges on the bench had commented on that. But however, there is no evidence of destruction of evidence, and that's something that seems to at least so far hold, because the CBI has not been able to file a charge sheet, a supplementary charge sheet, for the alleged destruction of evidence that they arrested the former principal Sandeep Ghosh and the former officer in charge of the Tala police station for. Now, the Kolkata police have from the beginning maintained that there was no destruction of evidence, that it was simply an attempt to malign the police when they had done actually a good job by arresting the accused within hours, and crucially securing all the evidence that's now being used in the criminal trial against him. So why the CBI told the Supreme Court what it did, or why it mentioned in its initial charge sheet about the conspiracy and then not being able to file a supplementary charge sheet to back up what it claimed, is something that the CBI will be able to answer.
And finally, Raj Kapoor, the great showman of Indian cinema, celebrates his 100th birth anniversary on December 14th. To remember the legend and his work, and early centenary celebrations being held in Mumbai. And we go over to Abira, who's reporting from the red carpet.
And we are here at the Raj Kapoor 100th birth anniversary film festival, which has started today, and this is the grand red carpet. All the Kapoor family is here, from Karishma Kapoor, Kareena Kapoor, Saif Ali Khan, Ranbir Kapoor, Alia Bhatt, and everybody is here. They are standing at the entrance to greet all the guests. We have a lot of veteran actors and actresses walking in. We have also seen the Nanda family here. As you can see, they are all standing at the entrance. Ranbir and Alia are greeting everybody. You can see Kareena and Karishma also joining them. We can see Karishma's father. If you can see, he's trying to get inside. They have been sitting here at the entrance, and now is the time when they are going to walk the red carpet. It is a very, very memorable moment for the Kapoor family. The films that Raj Kapoor has made has been restored by the family itself. Arman Jain, who is a grandson of Raj Kapoor, has turned producer with this, and he has restored most of the films of Raj Kapoor, and the screening starts today and it continues for 3 days. It starts today on 13th of December and it continues. The Kapoor family is right now walking the red carpet. From grandchildren to children, everybody of Raj Kapoor, they are here to celebrate him, the legend, the filmmaker and the actor that he was. It's his 11th birth anniversary. There is live music going on. Is it a fan frenzy here? The media wants a shot of each one of them, from Raj Kapoor's daughter, son, grandchildren, everybody walking down the red carpet. Here we get you all the visual exclusively.
We'll be taking a short break at this point in time, but news and updates will continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year, only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Well, hello and welcome to our special segment, Meet Our MPs, and today I'm being joined by our Member of Parliament from Samastipur, Bihar, from Lok Janshakti Party, Shambhavi Chaudhary. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So, in this segment, we get to know our MPs. And my very first question to you, very young, amongst the young MPs, how do you thought of coming to politics? From where this idea came?
First of all, thank you for having me on your show, and thank you to your entire team, the entire team of NDTV. And coming to your first question, the thought of coming into politics, I'm a third generation politician from my family, and I always saw my father and my grandfather work towards the society, work for their people, work for their constituency, and obviously bring about a change in the societal structure as well as a change within themselves, how they serve people, how people's expectations and aspirations directly get related to you. So I grew up watching all of this, and as a child I decided, okay, whenever I grew up, I want to do something that can make a difference.
Okay. Not just politics or something else as well which can impact society. Is that the thought?
Definitely, I always thought of doing something that, because before I entered into active electoral politics, I was also working as a director for one of the schools.
Okay.
So I was always either in the education line. My internships have also been always affiliated to NGOs, working with NGOs, working in the education sector or the health sector. I used to run, I still do, I used to run a foundation in my grandfather's name. We work in eradicating the health issues in women. We work for education for the downtrodden. So I've always been inclined towards working for other people, like living my life and trying to make a difference so that this life is, it's a full life.
Shambhavi, as we're speaking inside the Parliament complex, being a very young MP, do you think that there is some challenge before you for addressing some issues inside the Parliament? Do you feel that being one of the young MPs?
No, I think the environment is very supportive. All the seniors really, I am being guided by all of them. They always push me beyond my limits, and always, they will sit with me, they will talk to me, they will ask me if you have any problem. So generally the environment is very supportive. I haven't incurred any problem. In fact, the speaker, he himself is very supportive of first timers. Like, he would always come and ask ki questions dale, puchna hai kya. Whenever we go meet him, then he's like ki kitna bole aur bolna hai. Like, he will always, if you write supplementary chits also, he'll give you a chance to ask the question. So definitely not inside the parliament, but yes, outside the parliament, sometimes I think there is a stereotypical notion that maybe young people are immature, how much can she do? So all of these things are there.
Have you encountered any such incident where this happened? Because your leader himself is one of the young leaders, Chirag Paswan. How do you get to learn from him as well?
So my leader, definitely, he has always talked of his own MY Samikaran, which is Mahila and Yuva, and how he pushes all, there are so many political parties that talk about equal representation of women, but how many of them are actually giving in? Lok Jan Shakti Party is one party.
Correct.
Our leader has made it possible, where he gave 2 out of 5 seats to women, and about 4 of their 5 MPs are young MPs. So definitely he's given us a chance. So leader is supportive, the parliament is supportive, infrastructure is supportive. I'm talking about the society. Sometimes people might, they never say it on the face, but it's always there in the back of their mind that, oh, maybe she's a little immature, how much can she do? So I think, and they've never said it to me, but I think they do progress that kind of...
Shambhavi, let's also talk about your constituency, Samastipur. What change, when you are representing thousands of people over there, what change you want to bring in your constituency? What are the problems that you see, and you want to get these things definitely done in your 5 years of term?
So I am focusing on infrastructure because Samastipur is a constituency which has lacked infrastructural development in the last, I think, 5-8 years. It's not picked up as much as the capital of the state has, and it's very well connected to other industrial hubs like Begusarai, Patna.
Correct.
So, if we make a good infrastructure over there, it'll be easy for the youth in the constituency, for the women in the constituency to adapt to whatever. Like, suppose they want to go to an educational institution or they want to work outside, they need to have that kind of infrastructure, a safe and a sustainable infrastructure that can stay till time progresses.
Okay.
So infrastructure, definitely, I feel it's very, very crucial to have good roads, good connectivity, good infrastructure in terms of health and education, not just roads and pulls, but good schools, good hospitals. Right now, I'm also focusing on 100% implementation of central schemes. So usually what happens is ki koi scheme ko, suppose it's being implemented for 70% and 75%, people think it's a good number, but I want to work where this scheme schemes are implemented 100% and the schemes actually reach to the people that they are designed for. So trying to erase the middleman and directly focusing on the people of my constituency. Other than that, I'm also constantly working around the small things, like small things bring about a big change. And there's been a physical absence of a member of parliament in my constituency for a very long time.
You usually travel to Samastipur every weekends?
Not weekends. I think when I'm based in Patna only. I live in Patna, so I'm based in Patna. And I when the session is not going on, I equally divide my time between Samastipur and Delhi. My focus is always Samastipur. I try to give as much time as I can to my constituency. I am also young. I feel I have the zeal to work. I have the energy that I can completely put in my constituency, and that's what I want to do. And I think we have come a long way since the last 6 months, and we still have miles to go.
Shami, before I end this, many youngsters who will be listening to us, they also want to come and become a member of parliament. As this, Lok Sabha, we are witnessing a lot of young MPs. What approach they should have to choose this political party to go with, or this political leader to go with, to follow this? What was in your mind as well? Of course, you had the political background and leaning towards this party, but if you want to give a message.
So definitely I would always vouch for my own leader, and our party's president, Lok Jan Shakti Party's president, Chirag Paswan, is very welcoming to young people. He wants to connect with them. So have a positive approach towards it. If you want to choose a political party, then being associated with Lok Jan Shakti Party, I think would be your best bet, because we encourage young people, we listen to them, we try to engage in a dialogue with them. How many leaders do try that? Whenever we are traveling in our state, we always try to engage with young people. We try to listen to them. My father always says that a good politician is somebody who's also a good listener. So you should always have the courage to listen to what other people are saying and try to adapt it. So Lok Jan Shakti Party is definitely moving ahead in welcoming young people, young faces, new faces who want to bring about a change. So have a positive approach and try to connect with us.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was Shambhavi Chaudhary, Lok Jan Shakti Party MP from Samastipur, Bihar, clearly giving her thoughts as far as her journey from Samastipur to Delhi as a member of parliament is concerned.
Often seen as the epicenter of Indian politics, Bihar, we have an MP from there, Dharamshila Gupta, Dr. Dharamshila Gupta. मैम ये बताइए कि आपकी एंट्री पॉलिटिक्स में कैसे हुई, बिकॉज आप पार्टी में भी हैं और उसके साथ साथ MP वाली जिम्मेदारी भी है आपको?
हमारा परिवार संघ परिवार रहा है और बचपन से ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी और संघ से जुड़ी हुई हूँ। स्टूडेंट्स लाइफ से ही मैं पार्टी के विभिन्न कामों को किया और मैं पंचायत अध्यक्ष यानी कि मंडल अध्यक्ष से लेकर जिला अध्यक्ष और महिला मोर्चा प्रदेश मंत्री मेन विंग में, और उसके बाद प्रदेश अध्यक्ष महिला मोर्चा का विभिन्न दायित्वों को मैंने अपनी जिम्मेवारी को निभाया। नगर निगम पार्षद रही, महापौर का चुनाव भी लड़ी, सिंडिकेट में मेंबर रही, बहुत सारे कामों को किया। और अचानक से मुझे अप्रैल में फ़ोन की मेरी पदाधिकारी, मैं भागलपुर में मीटिंग ले रही थी महिला मोर्चा कार्य समिति की, तो उन्होंने फ़ोन किया कि दीदी आपका OTV में आ रहा है कि आप राशन। मैंने उसको डांट दिया, मैं बोली ऐसा क्यों उल्टा पुल्टा बोल रही है तुम लोग, मोबाइल रखो। फिर उन्होंने फिर फ़ोन आने लगा, तो कुछ देर के बाद फिर जब ऑफिस से फ़ोन आया कार्यालय से, तो पता नहीं मेरे आँख से आंसू गिरने लगे, क्योंकि मैंने कल्पना नहीं किया था, मैंने सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी। मैं विधायक का टिकट मांग रही थी जी। और महिला मोर्चा के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष हूँ, इस नाते कोर कमेटी में बैठती हूँ और महिलाओं को नाम देती हूँ MLC के लिए, विधायक के लिए, राज्यसभा सांसद के लिए। तो मैंने और महिलाओं का नाम दिया था, अपना नाम मैंने नहीं दिया था। लेकिन आभारी हूँ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, अपने केंद्रीय नेतृत्व का, जो एक साधारण परिवार की महिला, एक साधारण कार्यकर्ता को उन्होंने ये अवसर दिया, देश के सबसे उच्च सदन राज्यसभा में नेतृत्व करने का क्षमता दिया, उन्होंने एक अवसर दिया, इसके लिए आभारी हूँ। सचमुच जब ये मुझे समाचार मिला तो मेरा परिवार भी काफ़ी रो पड़ा कि हम उस लाइन में थे ही नहीं कि राज्यसभा सांसद बन सकते हैं।
राइट। डॉक्टर गुप्ता, ये बिहार को जैसे मानते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स के लिए मर्दों के लिए भी मुश्किल है, लेकिन औरत होने के नाते पार्टी का काम करना, एमपी होना आपके लिए कितना चैलेंजिंग रहा है?
बहुत चैलेंजिंग रहा। मेरी बाल विवाह हुई थी, मेरी 10th में शादी हो चुकी थी और मैंने बहुत धैर्य से।
तो कितनी उम्र में शादी हुई होगी?
16 वर्ष में। हाँ। और बहुत ही धैर्य से ससुराल मिथिला में थोड़ा सा हम लोगों का ये संस्कार है, अपने से बड़ों का बहुत सम्मान करते हैं, सास ससुर भाई बंधु जो भी हैं, और सारे रिश्ते को अच्छे से निभाते हुए बच्चों को भी पाला।
और बच्चे हैं मैम?
हाँ, मेरे 4 बच्चे हैं, 2 बेटे हैं, जुड़वा बेटियां हैं।
ओके, वाह। हाँ।
मेरे 3 बच्चे डॉक्टर हैं।
तो इसके साथ साथ अपनी राजनीति?
हाँ, मैं प्रोफेसर हूँ नागेंद्र झा महिला कॉलेज में बॉटनी की। मैं खुद भी पढ़ा, बच्चे को पढ़ाया। बहन की चूल्हा पे जब खाना पकाती थी तो नीचे में बोरा बिछा के बच्चे को बैठाती थी। मैं मध्यम परिवार से हूँ, मैं बहुत रिच नहीं हूँ, तो उस गरीबी को मैंने देखा है। उस गरीबी में मैंने अपने बच्चों को खुद पढ़ाया और मेरे बच्चे एफएमसी पास किए, डीएमसीएच पास किए, बीएचयू पास किए और पढ़ाई किए, लेकिन मैंने सबों का सम्मान किया और अपनी जो जिम्मेवारी है, जो दायित्व है, या घर की हो या समाज की हो या राजनीति की हो, मैंने पूरी निष्ठा और कर्मठता से उसको निभाया। पीछे मुड़ के नहीं देखा, निरंतर अपना काम करती गई, एक उद्देश्य के साथ, एक लक्ष्य के साथ कि मुझे सेवा करना है, सबों का, राष्ट्र की सेवा करना है, समाज की सेवा करना है। तो निरंतर अपना कर्तव्य पूरी निष्ठा और ईमानदारी से निभाया।
राइट। डॉक्टर गुप्ता, ये बताइए कि इंडियन राजनीति में कोई ऐसी चीज़ है जो सबसे अच्छी लगती है आपको, और कोई ऐसी चीज़ है जो आपको लगता है कि अब खटकती है कि ये चीज़ जो है वो गलत है भारत की राजनीति में?
हम भारतीय राजनीति में आज की परिस्थिति में महिलाओं का बहुत सम्मान है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी महिलाओं को बहुत सम्मान देते हैं और उनको आगे भी बढ़ाते, आत्मनिर्भर भी बना रहे हैं। और थोड़ी सी परिस्थितियां आती हैं जो हर जगह है। हाँ, कोई बढ़ते हैं तो पीछे से खींचना, कुछ करना,
औरतों को ज़्यादा मुश्किल होती है।
हाँ, औरतों को जब बहुत मुश्किल है। मैं बहुत चीज़ आपको मीडिया में नहीं बता सकती जो मैंने झेला है, लेकिन जब खुद को मजबूती होती है ना, अगर खुद में आत्मबल होता है कि मुझे डिगना नहीं है, तो कोई नहीं डिगाता। मुझे कोई नहीं डिगा पाया। ये चीज़ है। मैं आपके माध्यम से महिलाओं को ये संदेश देना चाहूँगी कि आप अपने आप में अडिग रहो, आप डिगो मत। कोई कुछ कहे, कोई प्रलोभन दे, कोई कुछ कहा, आप डिगो मत। लक्ष्मीबाई की तरह, दुर्गा की तरह आप अपना उद्देश्य में लगो, अपने लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति में काम करो, आपको कोई नहीं डिगाएगा और अपने आप सम्मान के साथ उस शिखर को, उस मंजिल को पा लेंगी जिसको आप पाना चाहती हैं। अगर फिसली तो गई।
अच्छा, मेरा लास्ट सवाल, आपको कभी ऐसा लगा है कि परिवार को ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं दे पाई है राजनीति के कारण, या तो फिर कभी, क्योंकि एज अ वर्किंग वुमन मुझे कभी लगता है ऐसे, आपको कभी ऐसा फील हुआ है मैम?
नहीं, जब मेरे बच्चे छोटे थे तो मैं वो 4 बजे सुबह अभी भी उठती हूँ और 4 बजे से 6-7 बजे तक बच्चे को पढ़ाना, स्कूल भेजना। तो और जब बच्चे नहीं हैं उस समय मैं काफ़ी समाज का काम किया। अब परिवार में समय नहीं दे पाती, बहन की पति को भी समय नहीं दे पाती हूँ, क्योंकि देश की बात है, राष्ट्र की बात है और ये देश भी मेरा परिवार है। मैं दोनों को ही परिवार मानती हूँ और दोनों में ही बराबर समय देती हूँ।
ओके, थैंक यू धर्मशीला गुप्ता, डॉक्टर धर्मशीला गुप्ता फ्रॉम बिहार, somebody who believes that in politics there's often a lot of distraction, but women will have to keep working to get their goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, hello and welcome to our special segment, Meet Our MPs, and today I'm being joined by a very special guest, June Malia from Madnipur, from Trinamool Congress, first term MP. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. So in this segment, we get to know our MPs. Please tell us about yourself. How did you got a chance to join politics? What was the vision behind joining politics?
So I've been with Mamta Di since 2009. I'm an actor by profession, and 2021 she offered me a ticket for the assembly elections, and I won the assembly elections, and Midnapur was my assembly which I my constituency, which I won.
Yes.
And then last year, she told me that I have to fight the Lok Sabha against Dilip Ghosh, because Midnapur Lok Sabha was a BJP seat and was won by Dilip Ghosh. We all know who he is. Dada needs no introduction. So when she told me that, you start preparing yourself, because you have to do this. So, I was like, yeah, I was a little taken aback, because I was like, I didn't even complete 3 years, and here I was. Firstly, I never thought that I would become an MLA, and now she was, asking me to fight for a huge election, mother of all elections, I would say. And but I was a little surprised, but then I said, of course, and I plunged into it. It was very difficult because obviously we had to recover the seat. And Dilip Da was quite a popular MP in Midnapur, but then he was sent to Bardhaman to fight against Kirti Azad, where he lost against Kirti, and Agnimitra Paul, who's the existing Asansol MLA, she was put up against me.
Okay.
But it was a very close and a very difficult elections which I fought, which I'll remember for the rest of my life, only because it didn't only take a lot of energy, a lot of work, but the heat was excruciating those 3 months. And in Bengal we had elections in 8 phases, and ours was almost towards the end, the 7th phase, and it was quite traumatic where the heat was concerned. But now when I think about it, I almost I asked my son, who was with me during the campaign, I said, how did we do it? God has been kind, Didi has been kind, and Abhishek, the party had faith in me, because Midnapur was a very important seat and Didi really wanted to get it back. So that's how it started. And I've also worked as a member of the Women's Commission in Bengal, and later on I became a member of the Child Rights Protection Committee as well. So yes, that's how it started.
But being an actor and being in that industry, have you ever thought, you work for society a bit in last many years. We have seen your work as well in Bengal. But have you ever thought of, having a journey and entering the parliament as well?
No. As I just said that for me it was a huge surprise. But at the same time, I was, as an actor, I've worked with various NGOs. I've always worked for AIDS awareness, and I always feel that as a citizen, we should be responsible. We also need to give it back to our society. We just cannot keep taking it.
Absolutely.
So that's why I used to work a lot. But I must say that that this is a great canvas and a platform to work for the people.
Absolutely.
And which I am doing. I did that as an MLA these 3 years. I had quite an experience, and I got an opportunity. And now I've given, and of course, it's a huge honor to be a member.
I also want to talk about your constituency. What are those problems that you see, and what do you want to change? What's your vision for your constituency that you want to bring in next 5 years?
See, I'm not going to sound cliche by saying that women needs to be empowered. Of course, they need to be empowered. But my constituency right now, I have the child marriage issue,
okay,
which needs to be dealt with.
Okay.
And I'm looking into that I've spoken to my district magistrate. I've spoken with the government, our minister who looks after Dr. Shashi Paja, who is the Minister of the Women's and Child Development. We are looking into that, and I want to build awareness, because child marriage is always related to many other things. Child marriage also is related to human trafficking. Child marriage is related to anemia. Child marriage, so this is something that I really need to look into, and I want to. And also Kharagpur, the railways, I've already spoken about it
In the parliament.
during the interim budget session.
Correct.
I made a speech in 0 hour. I wrote in the article 377. I did a mention, and I also spoke. I took part in the discussion of demands for grant. So I've spoken to the minister as well, the honourable minister. So let's hope that I can do something for Kharagpur town as well.
Lastly, ma'am, before I wind up, while you enter the parliament premises, while you enter the democracy, the temple of democracy, what we call parliament is, how does it feel? As
I said, it's a huge honor. It's, the first day when I walked in, I took my oath. I was really overwhelmed because I never in my wildest of dreams ever thought that, as you said, it's a temple of democracy, that I will be a part of it. So for me, I'm privileged, and I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me. I'm elected. So, I have to.
a first-term MP, do you see any challenges posting those questions in the parliament or representing thousands of people who had a lot of hope from you?
It's not challenging, but I would again like to thank Mamta Di because I've worked as an MLA for 3 years, and it's quite similar. I've worked and I've taken part during the session in West Bengal Legislative Assembly. So, by and large, it's very similar as to how I know how to, start questions and 0 hour and mention. And so, I've gone through that training.
You have that experience.
So for me, I have that experience. So it wasn't difficult. But yes, the challenge is huge because, as I said, I've been elected by lakhs of people from my Lok Sabha Kendra, which is Midnapur, and they have given me a lot of love when I was an MLA, and I have to work for them. That's it, because I am their voice over here.
One message to the people of Midnapur as well, as we are standing in the parliament, at the parliament premises. Your message to all of those who have voted for you.
Yes, my message will be a lot of gratitude to all of them, all of you who voted me as your representative in the parliament, and I promise you that I won't let you down.
Thank you so
Joy
much.
Bangla, Joy Midnapur, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was Arjun Maria, the Trinamool Congress Member of Parliament from Midnapur, speaking to NDTV on a special segment, Meet Our MPs.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascents. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
Telugu superstar Allu Arjun's release from jail delayed. Jail staff says they are yet to receive the bail order copy. Allu Arjun was arrested for the death of a woman in a stampede outside a theatre showing the actor's movie. Anti-Corruption Bureau to probe KTR, ACB to begin their probe after Telangana governor's nod, probe into alleged rupees 55 crore graft case. In the constitution debate in Parliament, Rajnath Singh spearheads the BJP's critique, while Priyanka Gandhi opens for the opposition. The BJP accuses Congress of disrespecting the constitution. Opposition declares they are fighting to save the constitution. Prime Minister Modi to reply in Parliament on Saturday. One Nation, One Poll bill likely to be introduced in Parliament on Monday. Copies circulated to MPs. Accused in the Kolkata rape and murder case, including the ex-principal and a cop, have been granted bail. Bail was given due to the CBI not filing a charge sheet within the mandatory 90-day period. The victim's mother expresses her disappointment. And in Mumbai, Raj Kapoor's centenary celebrations begin. The entire Kapoor clan and top Bollywood superstars pay homage. Our top story, Telugu actor Allu Arjun's release from jail seems to be further delayed. Jail authorities claim they are yet to receive the order copy of the bail order. Remember, the superstar was arrested for the death of a woman in a stampede at the Pushpa 2 premiere in Hyderabad last week. Allu Arjun, along with the theatre's management and his security team, were charged for the incident. While granting the interim bail, Telangana High Court said that Allu Arjun can't be arrested like this just because he is an actor.
Allu Arjun may remain in jail today because the jail officials are in fact preparing the Class 1 barracks for Allu Arjun inside Central Gouda jail. As you know, earlier today, the Nampally court had ordered that he will go into 14-day judicial remand, after which subsequently hearing while taking up the quash petition that was filed by Allu Arjun, the Telangana High Court had granted him interim bail, but fans are waiting outside the jail premises as well as outside the residence of Allu Arjun at Jubilee Hills in Hyderabad, and there is even a video of his daughter, in fact, who is at the window as though waiting for dad to come home. But as of now, it doesn't appear that he is yet been released, so he may end up spending the night in jail is what we understand, because they have not yet reportedly received all the documents, the procedures that need to be completed, because this is quite an unusual situation where you have the lower court that had sent him to judicial remand, and you have the higher court subsequently granting him interim bail even as he was sent to jail, and it was already the end of the day. And it's the documentation which was expected to take shorter, but it does appear that it is even now continuing, because we can see the crowds that are still there outside the jail and outside his home as well, waiting for the star to return home.
Earlier, the film fraternity reacted to Allu Arjun's arrest. Actors Raza Murad and Varun Dhawan had defended Allu Arjun, claiming that the stampede can't be the actor's responsibility alone.
I feel जो safety protocols है वो हर चीज एक actor सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. We can tell people around us, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी मैं इसी के बात कर सकता हूँ. Cinepolis ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे, and we are grateful to them on that. And जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. Very sorry, send my condolences. But at the same time, I think जो आप ब्लेम है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
भगदड़ मच गई, एक आदमी की मौत हो गई, लोग घायल हो गए. अब इसमें एक्टर का क्या कसूर है? थिएटर की जिम्मेदारी जो है थिएटर के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की, वो तो एक्टर के हाथ में नहीं है. अगर भगदड़ मची है तो उस क्राउड को कंट्रोल करना तो एक्टर का काम नहीं है. अब अगर यही वजह है गिरफ्तारी की, तो ये वजह मेरी समझ से बाहर है.
Staying with the news from Telangana, and the state governor there has approved an ACB probe into BRS leader KT Rama Rao over alleged irregularities to the tune of 55 crores during the 2023 Formula E race in Hyderabad. The funds were allegedly approved on KTR's instructions, bypassing statutory norms. Uma Sudhir has more.
The government of Telangana had sought the approval of the governor in order to begin the ACB probe against Mr. K.T. Rama Rao, because the Revant Reddy Reddy government seems to have wanted to avoid the kind of lapses that happened in the neighboring state of Andhra Pradesh when the YSRCP dispensation of that time had failed to get the governor's nod for approving the arrest of Chandrababu Naidu in what was called as a multi-crore skill development scam. And therefore, in court, that case had become weaker. And therefore, in this particular case, it relates to alleged financial irregularities in funding of one of the 4 seasons of the Formula E races that was to happen here. And to conduct the 9, 10, 12, 11 and 12 seasons of the race, the Municipal Administration Department had signed a tripartite agreement with the Formula E organizers and Ace Next Generation Private Limited, and subsequently Ace Next had dropped out of it unilaterally in the second season, citing losses in the first season, and the then Municipal Administration officer, Principal Secretary Mr. Arvind Kumar, had on the advice, oral instructions we are told of, K.T. Rama Rao had transferred 55 crore rupees to the organizers of the Formula E, and that transfer, the HMDA then transferred the amount, dropping Ace Next as the promoter, and then the government had later included the Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority as the promoter. So all this was considered as something that was not there in the statute, and therefore there is a probe that was ordered, because when Arvind Kumar was questioned, he had said that he had done it on the oral instructions of the minister. The minister of the then minister, and K.T. Rama Rao has also admitted that there were oral instructions that were given, and he said that was only to ensure that the Hyderabad brand name does not go down. So the ACB is now likely to begin this probe.
Shifting focus now to the Parliament, and debate on the Constitution began in Lok Sabha on Friday, with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh leading the charge on behalf of the government. Initiating the debate, Defence Minister critiqued the opposition's narrative, saying that the Constitution is not the prerogative of a single party. From the opposition side, Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi delivered her maiden speech, criticising the BJP-led government for allegedly weakening the Constitution. She also raked up the Unnao rape case and Sambhal violence in her speech. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to reply to the debate on Saturday.
विपक्ष के कई नेता संविधान की प्रति अपनी जेब में रखकर घूमते हैं। असल में उन्होंने बचपन से ही यही सीखा है। उन्होंने पीढ़ियों से अपने परिवार में संविधान को जेब में ही रखे थे। लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान को सिर माथे पर लगाती है। मैं आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है। भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा, भारत के विचारों के साथ, भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया एक अनपैरेलल्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यह डॉक्यूमेंट है। हमारा संविधान प्रोग्रेसिव है, प्रगतिशील है, समावेशी है।
अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, ये सरकार आर्थिक न्याय का सुरक्षा कवच तोड़ रही है। आज संसद में बैठी ये सरकार बेरोजगारी और महंगाई से जूझ रही हमारी जनता को क्या राहत दे रही है। कृषि के कानून भी बड़े बड़े उद्योगपतियों के लिए बन रहे हैं। सही एमएसपी को छोड़िए, डीएपी तक नहीं मिल रहा है। संविधान में सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक न्याय का वादा है। ये वादा एक सुरक्षा कवच है जिसको तोड़ने का काम शुरू हो चुका है। लैटरल एंट्री और निजीकरण के जरिए ये सरकार आरक्षण को कमजोर करने का काम कर रही है। अगर लोकसभा में ये नतीजे नहीं आए होते तो ये संविधान बदलने का काम भी शुरू कर लेते। सच्चाई ये है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि आज संविधान 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 बार बार इसलिए कह रहे हैं क्योंकि इस चुनाव में इनको पता चल गया कि इस देश की जनता ही इस संविधान को सुरक्षित रखेगी, कि इस चुनाव में हारते हारते जीतने से इन्हें एहसास हुआ कि ये संविधान बदलने की बात इस देश में नहीं चलेगी।
ये अध्यक्ष महोदय कैसी चर्चा संविधान की जो है बिना प्रधान की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस सरकार में जो लोकतंत्र के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ है, इतना कभी खिलवाड़ नहीं हुई होगी। संविधान को परतंत्र बनाकर जो लोग राज करना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए आज़ादी का अमृतकाल सिर्फ एक जुमला है। संविधान को बचाने के लिए एक और करो या मरो आंदोलन की जरूरत है। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम आपको भरोसा दिलाते हैं, पिछले चुनाव में भी बहुत सारे सत्ता पक्ष के माननीय लोग ये कहते थे कि हमें इतनी सीटें मिल जाएंगी तो हम संविधान बदल देंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से जनता का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने 400 पार के नारे को गिरा दिया और विपक्ष को इतनी ताकत दे दी कि इनकी जो सपना था संविधान बदलने को, सपने को तोड़ने का काम किया।
इस संविधान के प्रति जितनी जिम्मेदारी सत्तारूढ़ दल की है, जितनी जिम्मेदारी सरकार की है, इस संविधान के प्रति उतनी ही जिम्मेदारी प्रतिपक्ष की है। आज जो सदन के संविधान की बात करते हैं, संविधान के आरक्षण की बात करते हैं, मैं देखता हूं कि जब सत्र चल रहा है तो सदन में उपस्थित रहने के बजाय कभी हाथरस जा रहे हैं, कभी संभल जा रहे हैं। ये कितना संवैधानिक दायित्व का निर्वहन कर रहे हैं, कदाचित पूरा देश देख रहा है कि शायद ये संविधान की
Both alliances, the ruling one and the opposition one, took this debate very seriously, which is why Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, was asked to initiate the debate, and he made two very important points. One, of course, he said that the constitution is not the gift of one party. He, in fact, made it a point to mention leaders, people like leaders and people like Veer Savarkar, and for that matter, Madan Mohan Malviya. He also spoke about the Constituent Assembly women who actually, made it a point to contribute their bit to the constitution. He also said that India is actually on the path to rise to becoming a rising power. In fact, he spoke about all the achievements of the government, and he said that the BJP only has internalized the working, the ideals of the Indian Constitution, whereas the Congress party has completely taken it to the level of optics. In fact, he said that the Congress leaders have learnt it from their forefathers to just have a copy of Constitution in their pocket and not really aligned by its ideals. On the other hand, it was Priyanka Gandhi who made her debut speech in the parliament, and this speech was very important because it could have given a glimpse into what kind of politics she would depend on, especially in the parliament. Will it align with her brother's politics? And it was very clear that she spoke, the central part of her speech was social justice. She spoke about inequality in the country. She spoke about privatization. She spoke about lateral entry. So it is very clear that she's not really going to, in some ways, divert from her brother's politics. It really showed us a glimpse of what her politics would look like in the coming days. And she made this very important point that she alleged that there is a sense of fear in the country, and it is similar to what existed during the time of the British. And she, in fact, brought the debate back to the Constitution, saying that if the BJP had not gotten the reduced mandate that it has now in the Lok Sabha elections, it would have altered the Constitution. Now, that's a claim that she made.
Staying with Parliament news, and One Nation, One Election bill, which is being touted as a game-changer bill by the government, is likely to be introduced in Parliament on Monday. Sunil Prabhu has more.
That's right. It will be introduced in the Lok Sabha, the House of the People. It's a constitutional amendment, 129, which basically has 4 constitutional amendments that are required, 4 amendments that have to be amended in the Constitution from 82A, and I don't want to get into the specifics because that's, getting into the minutiae. But the larger picture is about extending the House, the nomenclature which is required to ensure, as per the Cohen's report, the committee its findings have been accepted, and so it's in that context that the constitution is being amended, along with a subsequent bill which deals with the union territories, which they didn't do in the women's reservation bill, which they did later. In this case, they're doing it together, so once and for all. As we have been reporting, this is the first phase. It has been circulated to members of parliament to peruse, and if they have to raise any objections and give notices, that can be done, and it will be introduced on the floor of the House in the Lok Sabha as early as Monday.
We'll be taking a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere. News and updates will continue on the other side.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascents. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know.
Welcome back. Now, Shondeep Ghosh, the former principal of RG Kaur Medical College implicated in the horrific Kolkata rape and murder case, has been granted bail due to the CBI's failure to file a charge sheet within the mandatory 90-day period. Despite this, Shondeep Ghosh will remain in custody, will remain in jail due to a separate ED case. The victim's mother, overwhelmed by grief, has criticized the CBI, stating that they have failed in their duty.
আমরা খুব হতাশার মধ্যে আছি, কোনো বলার মতো কোনো কথা নেই আমাদের কাছে। সিবিআই 90 দিনের মধ্যে চার্জশিট দেয়নি, তাই ওদের জামিন হয়ে গেছে। আর কি বলবো বলুন?
देखिए, आरजी कर का जब मेन मामला था रेप एंड मर्डर, कलकत्ता पुलिस 24 आवर्स के अंदर संजय राय द मेन एक्यूज्ड को पकड़ लिया था, लेकिन ये सम एंटी गवर्नमेंट पब्लिक वो बोल रहा था वी वांट सीबीआई एंड नाउ CBI द केस इज हैंड ऑफ CBI एंड नाउ हम लोग ये इंफॉर्मेशन मिला वो संदीप घोष और दूसरा अभिजीत उसका बेल हो गया है. Some